Hello, Harmonic Convergence 2020 family. We are back with a topic. Hello, Harmonic Convergence 2020 family. We are back with a topic that I know is near and dear to Mark's heart, which is technology and balance. Where to begin? We talked about the importance of nature and that discussion in the overall understanding of what's going on here with the harmonic convergence. And we can't help but wonder, where do technology and nature meet? What is that relationship like? And what do our interdimensional being friends or family have to say? So Mark, before we dip into all of that, I want to remind our audience a little bit about your background, because you kind of know a little bit about the topic. So can you walk us through a little bit of a kind of a survey of what your relationship with technology has been and how you have in your career put it at the service of life?
Sure. So I grew up in the 1970s at a time when internet, or I should say more correctly, computer technology was coming onto the scene. The first personal computer was built in 1975, 76 roughly, I believe. And that was a time I was entering high school as a freshman. And my new high school that I was entering was lucky enough to have a substantial budget to buy 2 personal computers. And the math teacher that was in charge of putting together the course, the class for computers, was a guy I liked very much because I loved math. And I think because of that, I liked the class, and I, as a consequence, liked him and he liked me. And he let me know that he was starting this computer class, so I was involved. He actually took me to the store, the computer store, the first one in Ann Arbor, Michigan, when I was in high school, with him to check out these new Commodore PET 64 computers that were going to be purchased by the school, and we were going to make a classroom for. So I got to go with him with 1 or 2 other students from the high school, and we saw these computers, and we got to play games and check them out. And then he bought the computers for the school, and I was one of his first students in the computer class he taught. And as a consequence, I became one of his assistants eventually, and we taught on the weekends to middle school students. Because computers, especially personal computers in those days, were very unusual to be available to high school and middle school students. So there were programs in Ann Arbor to try to get exposure to young children. And so I became an assistant to him, and so that was my exposure initially to computers at a young age, and that led to a college career in computer-aided design, which I majored in, and that then ended up, after I graduated from college, in a career with Sun Microsystems, my first full career or company that I worked for. And that was a very fortuitous time and company for me to join. Sun was involved in a lot of the transition, the revolution in computer technology, where computers had been these huge machines that required a whole room and a special environment to keep them cool. And now with Sun Computers and other computer makers too at that time were providing computers that sat on a desktop that had all the power of these big mainframes. And so that's when I started working for Sun. They had just started an office in Detroit, and because of the automotive industry, Sun Computers were becoming a computer of choice for 3D design, automotive design specifically. So I was, really blessed with a great job on the ground floor of a new company based in California, but I was helping to start an office in Detroit. And after working there for 5 years, I started my first company, which was an internet security company, because in '92, I was seeing a trend with the internet, which came out of DARPA and the academic environment. This was going commercial now. And I saw in Detroit how the automotive suppliers and the big three were getting high-speed internet connections to transfer large CAD files between their facilities. Before, they had to back them up on tape and put them in a car and drive them to a location. This was costly and time-consuming, and with the internet available and file transfer protocol, this accelerated that.
And needed security, so that's where you came in.
And then security became critical, so I knew how to set up a firewall before there were commercial firewalls. So I developed a reputation in Detroit as the go-to guy for connecting a business to the internet securely. And when the first firewall products came out, I became a reseller. And I became a reseller not just of software, but of hardware too. And that, over the years, put me in a unique position, and my company in a unique position of being the leader in internet security integration of various technologies. So there were firewalls, there were intrusion detection systems, there were antiviral servers, there were web filtering servers that kept employees from gambling or watching porn on their computer at work. And we were in charge of managing all these devices on the behalf of our clients, these big corporations.
So it sounds like you were at the forefront of making technology not just a little bit more accessible, but also changing the relationship that businesses had with technology in general.
Yeah, there was also a trend at this time to outsource to specialized IT companies the management of special things like backup. There were companies that were starting to provide remote backup capabilities so that the company didn't have to worry about that and have a full-time employee dedicated to backing up all the computer systems in the company. And we were an example of outsourcing security services like firewall management and intrusion detection and all these others I mentioned. And I created an umbrella of managed security services that I called ePatrol. And that became a huge business for us. And the other part of the business was an educational division where I developed courseware that was later certified by the software maker as the official certified training program for their product. They didn't do it in-house, we did it, I did it. This was a passion of mine. I loved creating courseware and I loved technology. And so this put me kind of front and center in this new industry, internet security industry, as a real leader. And all the companies that were developing new software addressing all these discrete challenges with internet security were coming to me to resell their product, and I would write their courseware and incorporate it into our education program. So that became a renewable.
So in a way, it was like its own ecosystem almost.
Yeah,
they were operating on your platform.
Yeah, it was a very successful business model, and it's because we provided the core components to a complete internet security integration solution for a business. And we were the leaders. There was nobody close to what we were doing.
So when I was reading your book, I read about that chapter of it, and I saw it as the idea of technology then becoming more accessible. So that was the first mountain that you climbed, and that did very well. And then you went even more granular with technology's ability
That's right.
to relate to humanity. What was that second mountain? You know, how did you get involved with technology?
Yeah, well, you're referring to my second business, which was called Nanorex. And that was my second career in that field. And this was a kind of an idea that came to me after reading a book called Engines of Creation by Dr. Eric Drexler, who was a Stanford professor, and he coined the term nanotechnology and is considered by many as the grandfather of nanotech. And in his book, he wrote about the future era of advanced nanotechnology in which nanomachines, these very, very tiny microscopic machines, could address all of the challenges that facing our planet, from energy production to medicine, to, you name it. There was an application for nanotechnology to potentially solve the problem. And so I wanted to make a difference in the world. And I was retired for 5 years building a home and thinking about what am I going to do next. And I knew that I should do something I had a passion for and that would, make a difference in the world, a positive difference in the world. And so I set out to put a business plan together to create a program that we called Nano Engineer 1 that allowed a college student or an engineer, whether it's a chemical engineer or a mechanical engineer, to design a nanomachine and simulate it in software to see if it would actually work. And we did. We built it, and I'm proud to have, led that company. Eventually, we started a collaboration in 2006, 2 years after I started the company. We started a collaboration with Caltech, and there was a group at the Winfrey DNA lab at Caltech that were experimenting with DNA as a way to self-assemble molecular structures with atomic precision. And that was always the challenge. We could design these theoretical nanomachines on the computer, but how do you build them? And that was kind of the challenge we were up against, because we were trying to approach academic people, professors in chemical engineering or nanotechnology, because nanotechnology was becoming a buzzword. Colleges were beginning to put together the first curriculums for nanotechnology, and we felt our software would be a great way to expose students to modeling nanoscale nanotechnology systems.
So it's safe to say that this was the first foray into the exploration of technology in the service of life, because we're talking about the building blocks of life.
My idea was it was an attempt to make a contribution to humanity. I wouldn't go so far as to say life, although I think in the end, you're right. I didn't anticipate the direction this would end up going. When I first started the company, I was just thinking about these advanced nano robots, nanomachines that could swim in your bloodstream and send you an email if your blood sugar got out of balance and you were diabetic, or if you had a heart attack, it could release oxygen so you could drive yourself to the hospital while you're having a heart attack.
Wow.
I mean, these were real applications that were possible given the technology would work. And when I read the book, I realized that, there's no reason that these nanomachines won't one day be feasible and possible. And I thought that would be exciting and help improve the human condition through the applications of this advanced nanotechnology. So I knew in order to create atomically precise components that make up nanomachines, you would need a special kind of CAD program, 3D modeling program, that allowed you to rapidly design things in molecular detail and then assemble them like a traditional CAD system. But what was missing in traditional CAD was the ability to use atoms as building blocks, like Legos, to put them together in whatever arrangement was physically possible given the rules of chemistry and covalent bonding and other types of bonding between atoms. And so we set out to create a 3D modeling program that allowed and not just allowed 3D modeling of chemically massive systems that were accurate chemically, but direct the design, and we invented some really cool stuff.
I mean, that to the average human being, I'm having my mind blown right now. Straight up. What's fascinating about this is, to me, what is fascinating about technology in general, which is it's almost as if our ability to ideate and create something new is exponentially increased through the design of our technologies.
Yeah.
And that can take us any direction, right? So we find ourselves here. Mm-hmm. We find ourselves at a point in humanity where it's almost as if our technology is growing faster than our ability to really understand our role with it and to ensure that it's a healthy balance between the two.
Yeah, that's right. Our technical advancement has outstripped our spiritual development, and they're out of balance in a very serious way, and it's now to a point where it represents an existential threat to ourselves. And so we need to recognize there is a ethical and moral imperative that we apply technologies which, aren't good or bad. It's just how they're applied.
Right.
That, it determines if it's good for humanity or bad for humanity. And we need to take responsibility for ourselves in the way we apply technology, because it's gotten to a point where, with atomic energy and atomic technology, we have the ability to destroy the planet. And we've had that ability since the 50s, pretty much. And luckily, and I think to a large degree with the help from our friends above, we've stayed out of trouble from a nuclear strike, a nuclear war.
And so what questions do we need to be asking ourselves to make sure that that relationship is in right relationship and harmony?
When we are faced with a situation in which a technology presents an existential threat, it's time to take pause. And our government has a real role in that in terms of regulating certain technologies. And, industry is always, moving very quickly and doesn't want government, intervention halting the progress of the technology. And, because we've been so conditioned, I was going to use the word brainwashed, but I'll sugarcoat it a bit and say, because we've been so conditioned by society in the West to embrace advancement and capitalism and industry and the advancement of technology, that we don't want to hear about the government slowing things down, stepping in to keep these technical advancements from happening. But, there's nobody else who can play that role. And that's one of the things we need to realize. It's part of our growth to take responsibility for ourselves in this technology. Because it really, the bottom line is, it's like you're giving a loaded gun to a child.
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about technology's ability to... It's a funny relationship in the sense that it's almost ontological, where I design the iPhone, but then the iPhone starts designing me and the way that I process. And there's this design
feedback
consciousness
loop. Yeah.
Feedback loop.
That directs your...
And without that breath in between, we run the risk of allowing binary code, essentially, to determine things like the way we connect and the very things that make us human.
Yeah.
Our brains and technology are very friendly with each other because they function in a very similar way. But what sets us apart as human beings is actually our hearts.
Yeah. So I'd like to just say it slightly differently. I think it's the advancement of technology and its application that changes our behavior, and that's not always good. And the way that we fix it is we realize that, hey, this isn't necessarily good, being on social media constantly, on Facebook, posting constantly. I'm not spending time with my family. I'm not out hiking in the woods, connecting to nature, and this is part of the problem. And it's really easy to get stuck into a cycle with our Facebook or Twitter account or Instagram where we're just almost in a narcissistic stupor, or we get involved in, all the chaos in the world, and we're just angry and we're just punching posts to let that anger flow,
and then consequently also feel like we're doing something about it,
right?
About
and we're
all
not
these
doing
issues.
it, we're exasperating.
Keyboard activism doesn't do much for what's actually
no
happening.
It doesn't help much. You're contributing to a problem that really doesn't need any help. Being a big problem, it's time to step away and kind of take stock in what we're doing and what's our purpose. Is our purpose to just pile on and add to fan the flames, or is there something productive we can do as individuals and collectively as a community or as a nation or as a world family to address some of these serious problems that we're facing? And so this great pause of 2020, I believe, at the end of the day, is an opportunity for us to reflect on all these issues, and technology plays a central role in getting us to this point.
How?
Well, just because, for instance, the internet and the free flow of information and applications that give us access to social media and to news, and it's very addictive. So there's an addictive quality to technology that ends up making us lose control of our time and what we're focused on. We just get sucked in.
Right, and our subconscious behavior with technology then informs the technology that we create, which again contributes to that loop that we were referring to before.
Right.
So what has Tejbar shared with you
well, for me individually,
this topic?
So what Tejbar has said to me in related to this topic is when I first communed with him, well, it was in 2013 that he began sharing with me that I'm very left-brained and I'm out of balance. And so he gave me exercises to develop the right side of my brain. And strangely enough, one thing that was very effective was just wearing an eye patch on my right eye, because we use a lot of energy, we expend a lot of energy processing the imagery that comes through our two eyes. And if you may or may not know this, but it's the left hemisphere that processes the right eye and vice versa. And so if you want to rest the left hemisphere, cover your right eye. And you're now engaging the right hemisphere only in processing imagery. And it's a way to rest the left side of my brain. And that's what he said. It wasn't so much developing the right side as it was just, hey, you need to rest the left side of your brain. Wear an eye patch.
But isn't it fascinating that nature's technology, right, the way that the brain was designed, ensures harmony and ensures that there's a mechanism to bringing back into right relationship?
There's a lot to be said about the right and left hemisphere of the brain. The creative right brain versus the analytical, logical, sequential left brain. And it's very mechanical, where the right side is more flowy and creative and curly, and and because of these attributes of our hemispheres, we have associated feminine and masculine energy to each one of these, and I'm very masculine. and so I, with Tejbar's help, set out to do these exercises to help me develop the right side of my brain more and give rest to my left side, and I'm very conscious of that. There were years of practice of these little tricks or little techniques. Wearing the eye patch, for instance, was one of those things. And meditating was really important, it turns out, to balancing the left and right hemispheres. You're engaging the right side of your brain when you meditate more so than the left side of your brain. That was, on a personal level, what happened. Now the question is, how do we do this collectively?
Right.
And I think it's I think it's happening now, to some degree, by the COVID thing, where it's pretty obvious if you're not working because you can't work and you're at home all the time. What are you doing with your time now? You have some extra time. Are you on the computer all the time? Are you watching TV all the time? What are you doing with this opportunity? I see people outside a lot more right now with their families. And that's cool. That's the right thing. Get out in nature, get outside with your family, interact with your family. These are healthy things, activities that are a consequence of this COVID pandemic that
Are helping
have
us
positive.
come back to the more feminine side of the house?
Yeah, I think anytime that we engage with family, especially the nuclear family, the father who's at work all the time, never sees the kids, is always tired when he's home and grouchy, now is home and able to spend quality time with the kids and engage in their growth and their daily interactions, what's happening with them during this. So this whole thing is impacting family discussions and interactions in a very positive way, is my personal feeling. I mean, there's certainly those cases where now a husband and wife are forced to live together all the time, and that's leading to terrible things like, domestic violence. You hear that. And a lot of divorces. The divorces are on the rise, and that's, it's sad at one level, but maybe they really don't belong together. They're not compatible, and they should get a divorce. And it's a time to reflect on one's life when you are going through a major transition like a divorce, especially in these days.
Right. So I can't help but wonder what your advice would be for those folks who don't have access to nature as a way of coming back to that side of the brain. We have a lot of people in cities who don't have access to parks, and there's got to be a practice or something that you can do to essentially hack that side of the brain and then that coming into the heart again. Could you share with us?
Yeah, I don't like the word hack. I like the word develop, the balance, and I think meditation can be done anywhere. You don't need to be in nature to have a very good meditative practice that will have a positive, beneficial effect on your brain. So that's number one. And I think the other thing is, what I said before earlier, a few days ago, and that was, look at yourself in the mirror at least once a day and say, I love you, while you're gazing into your own eyes, and really mean it. Just, tell that person that they're perfect and there are no mistakes, there are only lessons. And forgive yourself for anything that you're feeling remorseful or guilty about. You're fine. Everybody has made their so-called mistakes, but really they're just lessons to develop us spiritually. And we just need to forgive ourselves. We're perfect. Everything's perfect. And
hard to believe, but yes, if you zoom out far enough, absolutely.
And this regret energy or resentful or guilt energy is a very male energy. It's a very left brain energy. And by releasing it, you're getting rid of some bad negative energy in the left hemisphere that's causing all sorts of potential issues, mental issues, ruminating when you're trying to fall asleep about something you're guilt-ridden about. And you just need to forgive yourself, no matter what you did. Forgive yourself and move on and just try to be a good person and love yourself. And the magic will happen naturally. I think that's the most important lesson I can give. and then meditating and living by the power of thought consciousness concept, which I've talked about before.
Mm-hmm. So it almost feels like our mind and technology are in one group where it's about doing, and our heart and nature are in another group which is about being. So when we envision the future that we want to see in the world,
Yeah.
how does our technology shift? What does that look like?
Well, first of all, I would like to suggest to everyone watching this that nature is technology.
Yes.
That you can take a seed from a plant and put it in the soil and pour some water on it, and that thing grows into a 100-foot sequoia. Actually, I guess not a little seed like that, but a thing about that big turns into a 100-foot sequoia or oak tree. It's pretty amazing technology if you think about it. And I think that's the most amazing technology there is. We don't even come close with even nanotechnology, in my opinion.
So what is missing in our technology that nature's technology does well? What's that secret sauce?
Well, I would like to suggest that there's nothing wrong with our technology other than its application. And so the key is marrying nature, which is a technology, to human-created technology in a way that is beneficial for all. And by all, I mean the planet. And if we do that, and when we do that, and we are doing that, really cool things are happening. We're seeing it with electric cars, with tiny homes that are outfitted with solar systems and other regenerative energy production systems, and even we need to take advantage of our best technologies that can accelerate and then improve on nature. That's possible. We're doing it, with better farming practices in which we regenerate the soil, and we're getting as a outcome more nutritious food, higher yields in food, and with smaller space, right? So I think we may even be able to accelerate the growth process. And
Absolutely.
this is already happening. There's research done on this where something that might take, a month to grow could be done in half the time by introducing technology that creates a field, a frequency at just the right rate and level, intensity that encourages nature to accelerate its growth.
And to do her thing that she does so well.
Right.
So, considering that, and considering a hot topic in the world of technology, which actually elicits a lot of fear, which is artificial intelligence and technology's ability to gather data and then inform its own design, how do we ensure that that conversation stays balanced and that we don't vilify artificial intelligence, but that we really do our best to frame that relationship in a way to where we remain in control?
Yeah.
Is there a remaining in control?
I think so. There's no question. It's my personal belief that the fear of AI getting out of control, kind of like in the Terminator scenario with Skynet, then taking over and eliminating humans, because there's a sense of inferiority in humans, I think is the stuff of Hollywood. I don't think AI really will get to that level. But that said, there's certainly scary scenarios with someone who knows how to develop AI systems with an evil or detrimental goal in mind could apply that in a way that could be detrimental.
So is that where you feel that governance steps in?
Yeah, governance and spiritual development. I just think, how do we change, how do we encourage young people, or anyone for that matter, to focus their energy on beneficial projects that involve AI or any technology. And that's a spiritual question. That's really where we're at. We need to stop. We have enough technology, frankly. We need to focus
Right.
on our spiritual development.
Right.
And the question is, how do we go do that? And I think that's a question for the individual, and then the individual finds a community that is consistent with their own philosophy in these matters, and they work together, in projects, in business, or in a community.
You're absolutely right. I think that because we've become so accustomed to convenience, a lot of the technology that's coming out of places like Silicon Valley and other technology hotspots is really geared around this idea of convenience exclusively and not necessarily service or impact.
Right.
So us becoming more conscious as humans would then open up a different conversation about our use
Right.
of technology in general.
And I think it starts with young people who haven't yet been jaded by society or government, or as adults, as we learn about the truth of our world, it becomes difficult to remain optimistic. But for young people, they're always full of vigor and want to make a difference if they're put in the right environment. And it's all about the education programs that expose young people to the possibilities that they might find purpose. And then that purpose is in a field of technology. How can they then use that in a way that benefits everyone in the world itself? So an application of AI that I see will one day be created, because it's just such a natural, is hooking up a drone with AI and the mechanics involved in cleaning up pollution or cleaning up litter. If you just had a drone go down the highway and just collect trash that was on the side of the road, that could all be automated. There doesn't need any human intervention whatsoever.
Right.
And it could make a big difference. And just the fact that we're driving around our neighborhoods or on the highways and there's no trash and it's pristine, will have an effect on our consciousness subconsciously.
I can't help but wonder, though, what's going to happen to all the humans that do those jobs once technology gets to the place of being able to do them, right? We're so used to being human doings rather than human
Right.
beings that's going to lead to some sort of an existential crisis, isn't it?
No, not at all. I don't agree with that hypothesis. I think
Tell
that
me more.
I think that there's a lot of exciting careers for people if they only are given the opportunity to study and to apply themselves into new fields that are just waiting for people to focus on them. In agriculture, the way we farm in the world, or especially in this country, it's totally screwed up. And so there's plenty of jobs there in farming. And this is, again, about connecting with nature. When you're digging in the dirt and planting with your own hands, and then you're harvesting the food that you helped grow, that's spiritual development.
Right.
And that is connecting with nature in ways that we just, that are very deep and can affect us in profound ways.
And now that you mentioned that, to me it also then maybe presents an invitation to head into the more creative fields and the more artistic fields,
Right.
where technology, being its logical processing center self, doesn't necessarily have an advantage
Right.
over us.
So, I see a future in which there's abundance in food and everything related to our basic needs. And what that means is that we will live in a day when we have a lot of extra time, which is a luxury, that we can then explore who am I, and what is my purpose? What is it I really want to do? It's a hard thing. You know, our educational system doesn't really engage young people to think about these deep questions about what do they want to be when they grow up. Often they're just starting college with a guess that they might want to start a career in something, and usually that's motivated by money, you know, so they can support a family, or maybe they have dollar signs in their eyes. They want to become a wealthy entrepreneur so they can have multiple homes and all that, right?
Yeah,
which is
everybody
healthy.
has their own vision, and that's a beautiful thing. But I think you make an excellent point, which to me is the essence of this discussion, which is we would be living in a very different world if we allowed our consciousness to inform our technology in a more positive and forward-thinking way.
Right.
Right? When we put it at the service of the whole, not just for ourselves, but of the planet and now the rest of the universe, since we're not alone.
I think that the planet can handle a lot more people. I'm not worried about, 8 billion or 9 billion. I mean, it gets to a point where, it no longer works, but I think our application of technology in areas like agriculture and manufacturing will make it possible for our basic needs to be provided for, even though we have lots of people on the planet. The challenge in that, of course, is how do we remain connected to nature? And that needs to be regulated. I think the government needs to get, our education system is antiquated and it needs a revolution. And that's where we need to focus, is how do young people get engaged in ways that make them productive, creative individuals that gets the most out of them, that allows them to really thrive as an individual and contribute to society in positive ways. And with a good education system led by good teachers that come from that loving perspective, and there are a lot of good teachers in the world that would just love to be able to teach in an environment like that.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't think of a better future than having children being educated to play to their creative selves, their community-centered selves, but also celebrating their individuality, and then allowing them to design the technology, having observed nature
right.
and playing nicely with nature to then determine our future for future generations. I read a quote not too long ago that the man who understood life was the man who understood that in planting a tree, that his enjoyment would be that he would never sit under its shade. And thinking that far ahead in where we're going. And I'd just love to thank you for being a part of that discussion and for being a pioneer not only in the field of technology in a variety of ways, but also championing the message of the importance of letting our spiritual development inform the technologies that we create, because the future of tomorrow is really dependent on that.
Yeah.
So thank you for this beautiful discussion. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you again tomorrow.
we're the first generation to be conscious of evolution, to be conscious we're affecting our own evolution. The amazing thing is that only recently did we discover cosmogenesis. We thought the universe was static or eternal. And when these scientists saw the background radiation of that first flaring forth and could identify it as the beginning of this existing universe, our sequence is a continual rise of complexity and consciousness from single cell to multicell to animal to the early humans, always in the direction of greater complexity and greater consciousness. And now that that process has become self-aware, it has been, is now evolving, and we are part of the evolution. When you're tapping into the impulse of creation itself, you can trust yourself. You don't doubt. You don't analyze. You don't see if it's right or wrong, but you get a feeling of flow. The possibility of radical connectivity of innovations, creativity, and people's heart's desire to do their work, to be creative, to express their unique potential, is the force that's going to evolve the universe.
I am India Ari, and it is my pleasure to be here in the Essence Wellness House, for my house. It is a great pleasure, actually. I love being at home, and I love being able to be with you at the same time. And so what we're going to do together today is called a Songversation, and it is where we use the power of words and music and breath consciously. And so I'm not going to talk too much about what a Songversation is. We're going to just get into it. Did I introduce myself? I'm India Ari. It's my pleasure to be here. So Songversation always begins and ends with a prayer. And so we're going to begin this Songversation with a prayer about the truth of who we are. The truth of who we are. We can watch the news and talk about the complexities and the multifacets, but this is the truth of what I believe we are at our essence and at our core. And this is featuring my sisters, my new friends, beautiful chorus. This is our prayer. Light as in the opposite of heavy. I am light, I am light. Light as in the best word in the English language to describe the soul. I am light, I am light. mistakes that I have made, or any of the things that cause me pain. I am not the pieces of the dreams I left behind. I am light. 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 Quantum physics teaches us that we're really actually mostly space. We are light. I am not the color of my eyes. I am not the skin on the outside. I am not my age. I am not my race. My soul inside is all mine. I am light. I am light. I am light. Light is in the heat and fire given off by the combustion of the crucible of life's hard times. I am divinity defined. I am the God on the inside. I am a star, a piece of it all. I am light.
Everybody says that this world can't go on as it has been going on. They say our systems are failing us, the economy, healthcare, government, and that we are ruining the planet around us one tree at a time. They say we're not safe to walk around our town and our schools on our streets. And when I look around, it seems true. Unless it isn't. You see, a caterpillar spends its whole life in a frenetic drive to consume as many leaves as it can, never stopping. But then one day the caterpillar does stop. On the inside, all of its systems start to fail, and slowly the cocoon hardens, the caterpillar disintegrates into an amino acid soup, and that caterpillar is no more. In that moment, cells that had been dormant in the caterpillar begin to rise up. At first as independent single-cell organisms, then they come together clustering in a community, and they imagine their way out of the wreckage of the caterpillar, and they build a butterfly. Yeah, you can see where this is going, but let's stop for a moment and ask ourselves, what would become of the caterpillar if those independent imaginal cells never came together? That's right, no butterfly. So if our systems are failing us and disintegrating to the ground, who are the imaginal cells amongst us, those brightly burning independent people? From where I stand, it's you. And you and you and you and us, every one of us. And all we have to do is come together. Bring our brilliance together, not to get something or push some agenda, but to come together as one. I believe that this is the time for us to rise together, to embrace one another and make the leap from me to we. Yeah, I like the sound of that. We together. We rise up. We rise up for love. We rise up for each other. We rise up so that no one is left behind. We rise up for the future of our planet. We rise up for equality, for justice in our streets, for men and women, young and old, no matter what shape, size, color, or race. We rise up for you and for me and for us together. we rise up together, because if we stay separated, isolated, then our brilliant lights will fade and no butterfly will emerge from the cocoon. So how will your voice contribute to the song of the universe? Universe, our one song. This is our time to come together and bravely step into the future where we rise up, lift off, and soar.
And we'll rise up, like the waves will rise up. In spite of the ache, we'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again.
Harmonic Convergence 2020. We are so honored to have all of you joining us. And first, from the heart, I would like to just express our gratitude to Daniel Brinkley for his enthusiasm to join us. And I'd love us all to send him extra light and prayers. For those of you that know of Daniel Brinkley, he has amazing books, and he has died and come back 4 times. And he had some issues today. And I've spoken with Reverend Michael from Agape. Daniel Brinkley is already on the path of recovery. And just send him extra light and love and our prayers and blessings. And it is a true honor. We have a very special surprise. Our beautiful Dr. Sue Morter is going to be joining us. She's the author of the Energy Codes. She's been one of my favorite speakers at many conferences, the Revelation Conference, expos. Sue's not only an international speaker, she is a bioenergetic medicine doctor and a quantum field visionary. Dr. Sue, you rock my world. Thank you for being here, and welcome. And
it's my great pleasure to be here. And unfortunately, it's under circumstances of duress, and I'm so happy to hear that Danyan is doing better, and so everything is in divine order. And I'm pleased and honored to be able to step in and help support this wonderful conversation and event that's happening. So happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yay. Well, Dr. Sue, please tell us about yourself. You have so many gifts to share with the world, so give us some of your background.
Well, sure. I was raised in an environment that was natural health care. And so there was a natural connection or collaboration with the universe, with the cosmos, and the idea that the body has the capacity to heal itself, and that there is nothing wrong and nothing missing, and there is nothing from the outside in that is really needed, which fosters a really deep rooted sense of self and fosters a deep connection with unity consciousness, meaning that I am whole and complete. So my father was an energy medicine pioneer, and he developed bioenergetic work long before people were working with energy and energy healing the way that we know it today. And so because of that orientation, I've never gone to the doctor and taken an antibiotic for some ailment that I had. I've always been shown and taught and then acclimated toward working with the wholeness of who we truly are. As I progressed in my life, I became a doctor and started treating patients with the energy medicine work that my father was developing, called bioenergetic synchronization work and bioenergetic synchronization technique in particular. And while I was using this on my patients and getting tremendous results in the clinic, I also felt that there was something else that I was supposed to be doing, which I had known all my life, but I didn't know what it was. And so I was drawn to meditation, and inside of meditation practices, I had an awakening almost instantly as soon as I began meditating to a multi-dimensional level of the self, of who we are. So it was an interphasal kind of experience, a transcendent experience that tapped the quantum field, that tapped the true conscious state of our ultimate nature. And I began to devote my life to figuring out how to return to that state, how to teach others how to access that version of themselves. And over a 10-year period of turning my life into a living laboratory, I began to piece it together. And so I codified that, and I teach it now in what I call the Energy Codes, which is teaching people how to have transcendental experiences while not having to leave the body, because out-of-body experiences, while they are phenomenal, they don't have as much of a possibility of creating healing in our own physiology. It doesn't really have an effect on our own lives in a practical manner until we learn how to embody the things that we experience in meditation or in our near-death experiences or our transcendent experiences that many of us do have. So I love weaving it all together, and I absolutely love sharing it with people around the world. I've been traveling for the last 20 years, and speaking to people, taking people to sacred sites around the world so that we can capitalize on the energies that are there in the planet in those places and begin to infuse that into our own neurocircuitry. So I teach people how to build new neurocircuitry, which takes them beyond just changing beliefs, because I know that we are more than just a believing machine. We are actually quite elaborate beyond that veil, behind that veil. And so while humanity is now very interested in finding our limiting beliefs and changing them and rearranging them into more positive, uplifting beliefs and mindsets, there is a version of us that transcends the mind altogether. And that's what I really want people to come to learn, to know, to embody, to awaken as, so that they can also put beliefs in a perspective that allows the deep core wisdom self and the essential, true, soulful self to have the life that it came here to have without the boxing in that happens from our thinking analytical mind. So that's a long explanation to your question, but that'll get us started in some direction, I'm sure.
Oh, it's beautiful. Well, today is day 5 of the Harmonic Convergence, and you're perfect because it's all about technology in balance. And we'd love you to go deeper for us, talking about our own inner technology. It's what you're a master of with higher frequencies and the quantum field, and maybe even give us a taste of how we can put this into our own lives for our own awakening experience.
Sure. Maybe even give some, I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. The connection isn't, I'm hoping you can hear me better than I can hear you. If you could just repeat a little bit about that,
Yes.
what you would like
Well,
for me to share.
What I love about your teachings is when you go into the quantum field and you talk about energy medicine. You even talk about, for example, the pineal gland and activating it. And with what you do with raising frequencies at sacred sites, help us have a taste of what we can do for our own inner awakening and our own inner technology.
Absolutely. Happy to. Can you still hear me?
I hear you great.
Okay, excellent. Excellent. So one of the things that we have to realize is that many people are interested in opening the third eye, activating the pineal gland so that the multidimensionality can be perceived. And I first and foremost want to share with everyone that the single most important thing that we can ever do, if we're interested in opening the third eye and we're interested in peering into other realms and having access to the us that resides in the multiple dimensions, if we are interested in doing that, the single most important first thing that we can do is learn how to stabilize the foundation underneath the pineal gland, because if it opens or activates and becomes lucid and active, and we do not have the neurocircuitry stabilizing it underneath and the pathway for the electromagnetic energy that flows through the body to flow in a consistent and unwavering fashion, then what can happen is similar to the bad acid trip of the 60s and 70s. It can have an opening to information that we have a difficult time translating. We have a difficult time integrating what we're seeing and perceiving, and it can have a disruptive effect on our entire communication systems. And so under those circumstances, it actually is stressful for people, and then they perceive two separate worlds rather than understanding and being able to translate the information. So I'm going to give us an explanation about how all that works, and then I'll share some things today with everyone that will allow them to start to get a sense of what it feels like when I am building a stable foundation underneath this pineal gland and underneath my ability to perceive multiple dimensions, so that as I begin meditating or begin breath work or the various components of what I teach, and many beautiful teachers out here teaching people how to drop in and access the deeper self, as that is is happening, we want to be able to handle what we open to. And so, as a clinician in the office for, over 40 years now, I know that for something to be sustainable and for it to make a difference in someone's life in an applicable way, integration has to happen. I call that embodiment, meaning we have to awaken in the body, not just here in this third eye area. So as we begin to see what's really happening here, I want to just take us on a little tour that we actually are made of the quantum field. We are made of the cosmos. We are made of beyond the cosmos. We are made of the entire manifest reality compressed into form. If you understand physics just simply, we know that physical matter is compressed energy. That to create something physical, we have to compress energy, and that's how it is generated. That's how form is generated. So the physical human body is compressed energy. And actually everything that you ever see or touch or sit on or walk through or pick up or set down is energy. They're just vibrating frequencies at different rates and rhythms. And so they appear to be objects, and it appears that there is water, and it appears that there is a rock and land and a car that you get in and drive and so forth. But ultimately, we have to recognize it's all just an energetic movie that we are walking through. And this movie is representing different aspects of our consciousness. So I'm going to just take it a little bit more practical in a way that perhaps allows people to understand. I work with thousands and thousands of students every year, and this is one of the ideas that they start to click with, that if you understood that inside every cell there are tiny little organelles that are like a miniature digestive system and a miniature adrenal system that is producing energy and transferring elements for the purpose of generating and detoxifying and everything that it takes for a single cell in your body to be alive. And those tiny little organelles, miniature organs, those little organelles have a relationship with the planets overhead. So from every cell in your body, there is a relationship from the circulating planetary system overhead. And as the planets move, so do the influences in our own physiology. And those planets overhead are also being influenced by the constellations in and around and beyond them. And those constellations are being influenced by the entire circulation of our galaxy. And our galaxy in kind is being influenced by neighboring galaxies, which are also having this direct channeling effect. And it goes on and on and on to the edge of the manifest world. So picture it like stardust becoming even less physical, less form, more formless, all the way out to the very stuff that the material world is made of. And these tiny particles that the entire material world is made of are also what this physical body is made of at its very foundational level. So there's actually only one thing happening here, and it is you. It's you. So as we allow that relationship from the cellular level to the planetary level, to the constellations, to the galaxy and beyond, to be a constant flowing relationship, we can start to perceive ourselves as the cosmos pouring through a funnel, pouring through a channel, dropping into a body. This embodiment piece is what we're now walking around inside of. So none of that alone is really us, but all of it collectively is who and what we are. And the more we allow that relationship to be true, the more we can shapeshift and the less we get caught up in stories and beliefs and perspectives that have been jaded or shaded because of experiences in this lifetime. And what shines through instead is pure possibility. And that actually is our true nature. We are actually infinite possibility. We are pure awareness itself. And whatever we land our awareness on becomes our reality. So if we're focusing on a problem, the problem starts to formulate. If we're focusing on a dream, the dream starts to formulate. And here's how that works. If we are in a state that is allowing us to have possibility as our primary focus, what happens is the tiniest little particles in the manifest world start to respond to our thoughts. That's, of course, what quantum science has been showing us now for about 100 years, but it hasn't been out in the regular conversation until maybe the last 20 or 30 years. And so in recent years, 5 to 10, people are starting to understand and become curious about the fact that when we think a thought, photons arrange in accordance with what we're thinking on the outside of our body. And when we think that thought, photons on the inside of our body are starting to have an influence on what electrons are doing. And those electrons and the atoms and the molecule, all the way up to the DNA molecular size and structure, are being influenced by the vibrational frequency that we are holding as true inside of us. So when we are focused on hate or angst or anger or hurt or disruption, then the photons arrange in accordance with that. They take on battle position because that's what we're doing. And if we are focused on seeing through that and understanding our true nature and bonding and collaborating and being present with love and our own divinity and our transcendental selves, then photons arrange in accordance with that. And they create and generate a physicality and then therefore a physical reality that supports where we're coming from. So the whole idea is we have to refine our come from, not keep searching and seeking and looking and asking and grabbing for, but rather lay it down and reveal your magnificence. Instead of seeking something to complete us, it's time for us to flip that over. I call it a quantum flip, to flip that over and trade places with the entire scenario and be the solution that is here to reveal itself out here into this realm, because that's what's actually happening. And if we let that be what is actually happening, it becomes true. And the photon arrangement that happens on the movie screen of the movie that we're projecting out into the world begins to become a reflection of exactly that. When we accept our majestic self, when we accept that we can and have capacity to flow and to dream and to create and to imagine and to manifest, it happens. And if we don't believe that that's possible, then it doesn't happen. And so what I have found in working with people to change that so that that belief is more palpable and more tangible and more accessible is that they have to gather the photon density at the core of their being to a greater degree than they ever have before. Now, here's what I mean by that. When we land here, we kind of splat, okay? And our mind goes one way and our body goes another and our breath goes another way, and we're dispersed. And we direct our attention externally to try to see who do we please, how do we fit in, what are the rules, how do I know, how do I measure up, am I okay, do you approve? And these types of circuits get established that are externally oriented. The invitation inside of the energy codes, which is what I am teaching, is to pratyahara, an Eastern culture term that means draw your attention back here into your core true essence. Come on to the self. Instead of being on object, come on to subject. Instead of being on other, come on to the true self. When we do so, photons begin to arrange in a fashion that is supportive of exactly what we're paying attention to. So when we bring more attention into our core, there is a thickening and a quickening of an energy flow in the core of our body, and that begins to change everything. When we come back onto the self and start breathing up and down a central channel, and I have a couple of images I can show just to kind of give people an idea of this. But when we begin to do this, it's a gathering of the forces, and the mind and the body and the breath, they start to come back together and operate as one. That, my friends, is true unity consciousness. We try to create unity consciousness from this splatted, dispersed disposition, and it's very difficult because our come from that dispersed state is one of lack and need, and fear is a byproduct of that. And so when we gather ourselves, the subconscious immediately begins to have a sense of well-being. There's a sense of self that wasn't even accessible or palpable just moments before. And we're going to do an exercise in just a few moments to allow people to begin to feel this so that they can start to work with it. Because if you work with it regularly for just a few moments at a time throughout the day, while you're doing everything else that you're doing, it starts to build new neurocircuitry. Because the moment we create photon density at the core of our being, our sensory nervous system, which is the most important part of our nervous system, believe that or not, much more important that we perceive what is actually true than anything that we choose to do about what we perceive. There are 10 to 100 to 1,000 to 10,000 times more sensory nerve fibers in our body, given different parts of our systems, than motor, which means it is more important for us to sense and receive and perceive the truth of who we are than anything that we step out to go and do. So the energy codes is all about teaching you how to perceive more, but from an embodied standpoint, so that the body can act as a filtering device and not be overwhelming to our conscious awareness out there on the frontier of things. And so as we learn to gather this energy in the core of our being, this quantum self starts to quicken, it starts to anchor, and it starts to have a presence that it didn't have before. We become self-referencing, which we are intended to be. We become self-healing, which we are intended to be. We become self-revealing and self-awakening because that is our true nature. We are made of the cosmos, and in the form of 11 billion bits of information every millisecond, we descend into this body. And we don't descend to the head, we descend to the gut. And at the gut level, in the endocrine system, in the digestive system, these systems begin to receive this information and translate energy through epigenetics. The little antennas on the surface of our cells pick up this energy information and translate into chemical responses and neurological responses that then rise up the body through the heart and get filtered through love, and the brain of the heart rearranges them so that they are again more accessible and usable and relevant here in this life. That's why all the ancient teachings teach us that love is the key. It's the gateway, it's the threshold, because love is what translates this incoming information into something relevant for our own creativity and our own ability to have abundance and fluidity, and most importantly, to be loving toward one another and to be loving of the self itself. And then that energy rises up here to the brain in our head, which gives us impressions and nuances and images and ideas and thoughts that allow us to perceive a reality that is based in love and based in the wisdom of the cosmos. So let me just recap that. You are made of the universe. You are bombarding yourself toward physical form. You land here and root yourself. That information starts to rise. You start to rise up through the gut. You become chemical impressions and neurological impressions, and you continue to rise. And you learn to rise up from your survival self into your loving self. And as you learn to love, you continue to rise, and you are able to transcend the primitive brain and access these high brain centers that allow you to be a cosmic individual with a universal mind that is now your mind, without interruption, without interference. That's the point. That's what we're here to be. The quantum self and any kind of harmonic convergence can only actually happen in our own personal experience if we allow that process to happen without interruption, without shoving it back down by not speaking our truth, by shoving it down and choosing not to love because we're just too afraid, by not believing in ourselves or believing in each other, by not extending and letting love lead. We do not interfere. If we do not interfere, this cosmic being has a life. And that's the point. When that happens, we have created a stability underneath that pineal gland. We have created a reality that will then vibrationally, as a vibrational combination lock, allow the pineal to open. It will not open prior to that. And if it does, it's because we're forcing it, or we're taking something external to rip it open to, have these experiences. And it may or may not be beneficial to someone to do that. If it has been a challenge for anyone, I have worked with thousands of people, and the reason that it has ever been a challenge, if someone's taking something external, whether it's microdosing or ayahuasca or these various things that are psychotropics that allow the pineal to open, if they have a negative experience, why that happens is what I've just described has not been allowed to happen. If they have a positive experience, then some of that has been happening naturally for this person. We want to make sure that if someone is going to awaken, that it's sustainable and integrated, and that they can actually benefit from what they're experiencing, rather than sometimes people having these experiences and then wanting to go back there instead of being able to bring that here. And so it creates this dualistic reality that can become frustrating or even depressing to some people, or create anxiety for others, simply because they haven't learned how to integrate the energies that they're being exposed to. So when this cosmic individual gets to land here and start to ground itself and rise up through the heart and rise up through the primitive brain and arrive at these high brain centers, now we've created the perfect sanctum, the perfect sanctuary for the pineal to blossom open. And as it opens, the third eye opens, and now we suddenly are perceiving a reality that is far beyond what our five senses alone could ever begin to perceive. And this sixth sense is the one that allows us to transcend this third dimension. When that happens, everything changes. We start to become masterful at life. When something occurs that is shutting people down or frightening people or causing people to withhold or withdraw out of fear, we can sense and feel and know our path anyway. We can sense and feel and know, here's my choice. Here's what I'm doing. Here's how I'm going to show up. I don't know why. I just know that this is true for me. This is the way that we have to learn how to operate. Until we learn how to operate that way, we depend on strategizing and logic and proof and evidence, and we become mental bodies instead of integrated spiritual, mental, emotional, physical, and etheric bodies. We become dependent upon drawing from our past experience rather than allowing our future possibilities to be a part of the exchange all the time. So there's a little bit about the relationship and about how we can start to allow this cosmic flow to flow through us without shutting it down, and thereby end up not having a personal identity, but rather being a stream of consciousness that is able to manage any scenario that rises. So, for instance, the things that are happening in our world today are happening because we have to deconstruct some of the structures that were set in place for purposes of protection and survival and winning, where some people would win and some people would lose. And that has nothing to do with harmony. It has nothing to do with unity. It is not acceptable any longer. And so it's rising up in these ways at this time, because it's time to no longer allow that segregation and that segmentation and the fragmentation of the bandwidth of human consciousness to exist. We simply have to dissolve it into unity. And that cannot happen in its entirety until we as individuals allow our own dualistic way of living to drop into unity within our own systems. And so I give this explanation of the cosmos and how it reveals, so that we can see that there isn't me versus someone or something else, that I am all that exists, and I am that. And it is a stream that becomes the cosmos, becomes a funnel, becomes a channel, becomes me. And let me show you how that works. The science is showing us how the energetics run through the body. If I can just show you this, they run through the body from overhead down through the body and hit the earth, and it rises up and comes out the top of the head and cycles around and returns upward again and cycles around out the outside of the body. And this repeated energy flow is what actually creates the physical body. The physical body is a byproduct of the energy flow, because everything is energy. And in our life experiences, many of us have been living this way, where there is there are certain areas of my own consciousness in the body, the embodiment of my own consciousness, that are awake, and other parts that are asleep. And if there are parts that are asleep, the parts that are awake have to make their way through and kind of wiggle or wobble their way through the system. Well, that creates a distortion in the field. And that distortion generates an experience for this individual to be looking out through that distorted energy field, and they see a distorted reality. They see people that don't care, and they attract circumstances to them that reveal or validate that, and it creates a photon pattern that sets them up for injury, or for disrespect, or for not getting the job, not getting the opportunity, missing the chance that something was offering up because they couldn't see it, distracted upon other distortions that are in their field, not inherently, simply functionally, simply because they've not exercised these parts of themselves, they've not activated these parts of themselves in a unified fashion. So harmony is not existing inside this body. And so as harmonic energies are revealing, are rising inside of our species, it is so important that we begin to recognize who and what we are and what role we have in cultivating that. So in any given moment, there is an opportunity for us to realize right now is a moment that I could be building some of this circuitry and changing this wobble and this distortion into a perfected version of itself. I could be doing that in any given moment. And the choice is right now, in the now moment, do I choose to go into the story and get angry and just fight back out there? Or do I realize that the out there is a reflection of the love that I am sustaining or not for the self in here? And so when I have enough self-love and enough calling forth into the deep core self, the photon density that I have the capacity to generate, I rise as self-respect. I rise as self-love. I rise as the ability to be present with solution instead of contributing to the battle of the problems. So as we call ourselves back onto the self, which we're going to do in just a second, we're starting to contribute to the ability to have enough power to pierce through these veils instead of continuing to wobble and distort the field. But in the now moment, when somebody does something that is unjust, for instance, how angry do we get out there? And or could we take that energy and use it to pierce the veils inside of self so that we have the ability to transcend, not just rise above it, but to pierce right through it and transform it, to transmute it is really the term that I use, to change it into something productive. Because when we do that on an individual level, if love and unity is truly at the heart of our existence, and it is, and if it is at the heart of our intentions, we can change the reality that we are walking around in. We can change the collective agreed upon reality if each of us will do our work. So here's how we would begin. First, in this moment, everyone watching, throw your energy off of you and onto the computer screen or onto some object in your room. Just disperse your energy and throw it all over there, as if somebody who pushes your buttons walked into the room. All of your energy gets thrown over onto them. Just do that in this moment. Imagine that it's over there, it's out there, you're just throwing it over there. All right? Now, notice how it feels in your body when you threw all your power over there on that person. You gave them all your power. You gave that situation, a scenario. It doesn't even have to be a person. It could be something from your past, something in your memory bank that you can draw upon. Splat. That's the splat and dispersal that I'm talking about. Now, notice how it feels in your body. Not so good. Now, pull it back home. Just claim it back. You don't even have to, do any gestures. Nobody has to be stealthful. You can just like secretly do this. Just claim it all back for yourself. Just pull it back. You can still look at the person who walked in the room, but pull all your energy back onto the self. Pull it in here. Have it in here. Have it in here. Breathe in your belly. Breathe in your belly. And notice how you feel. The person's still in the room with you, but your energy has collected right back. What's happening in this moment is photon density is being generated in the central core of your body. Now, that creates a sense of self. Your subconscious picks up on it instantly just by coming onto subject 1,000 times a day. You will start to build that kind of photon density in such a beautiful way that the nervous system begins to pick up on it. The sensory nervous system begins to pick up on it, and it starts routing senses and motor responses to an area inside of you that it was ignoring before because all of your attention was off of you and on to other. So there's a step one. Come on to the self 1,000 times a day, maybe 100. If maybe it's too many to count to 1,000, maybe 10. 10 is 10 more than you were doing before. So come on to the self, subject versus object. The next thing that I want to share with you is that this central channel where this energy is moving up and down can be breathed through. And if you will breathe your own breath through that area, please understand that spirit in the body is breath in the body. So if we will breathe through the body, we are actually breathing the part of us that is formless, that is multidimensional. And so this invisible energy is the true world. And as we begin to work with that, we begin to infuse this body with infinite high frequency energies that are constantly replenishing themselves, flooding and rejuvenating this system all the time. And as it is flooding and flowing all the time, it's ever changing and it's ever updating. And that's the point, ever updating. We want to be constantly updating and allowing this to happen. So let's take a breath from above your head. Just imagine 2 feet above your head, a spot up there, right there, just snapping your fingers there. And take a breath down into the center of your brain, down into the center of your throat, into the center of your heart, and into your belly. Big inhale, big belly. And now exhale, pull your belly back to the spine and shoot that breath down into the earth. And then take a deep breath in, up from the earth into the belly. And then roll your eyes up and feel the tension behind your eyes. You're right in the neighborhood of the pineal gland, right in that moment. Now squeeze your shoulder blades together and breathe up through the heart, right between your shoulder blades, up to that area right behind your eyes and out the top of your head. Excellent. Now take a deep breath in again from overhead, right into that space behind your eyes. Squeeze your shoulder blades together, but open the front of your heart and breathe past that right into your belly. Now, as if you were going to the bathroom and you had to stop the stream instantly, squeeze the muscles that it would require for you to stop the stream in an instant. It's called Mula Bandha. It means anchor at your root. Okay. Now exhale and shoot that breath down into the earth. Now inhale, keep it contracted. Inhale up from the earth, keep it contracted. Squeeze your blades. You got this. Breathe into your belly. Now roll your eyes up and you're going to exhale from the belly, up through the heart, up through the throat, up right behind where you feel that tension and shoot it out the top of your head. And then inhale from overhead, right into the center of the brain, center of the throat, center of the chest, into the belly again. Same. Squeeze that Mula Bandha root lock, those muscles that you would squeeze if you were having to stop the stream automatically, and exhale into the earth. That's a central channel breath. It's in my book, The Energy Codes, 7-step system to awaken the body, awaken the spirit, heal the body, and live your best life. Okay, you can find it everywhere. It's easy to learn these things. Okay, and breathe up and down this central channel multiple times a day. There are many different types of breath works that we can do to activate different parts of your consciousness. But this one will start to help you stabilize that wobble that creates that distortion in the energy field. And there's one more thing that I want to share if we have some time, but I want to stop and ask, how are we doing on time?
Go for it, share.
Okay, we
Yes.
good? Okay, my dear. So in this, anytime something upsets anyone, the key is to realize that I have 2 choices. I can either go out there to the outer world and get in the upset, or I could come in here and realize there's a reason I'm getting upset about that. Because if I had all my circuitry in place, I wouldn't have any wobble or any distortion, and I would see that that person is behaving how they're behaving for reasons that they have, but it really actually has no effect on me. And that I can stay open in my heart to them, and I can help transmute and shift the energetics here if I can gather enough power and wherewithal within my core to do so, and I can. And so whenever someone triggers you and upsets you, there's a place in your body, different place, different topic, different times, always. A lump in your throat, a knot in your chest, a knot in your stomach, tightness in your chest, something. And it's tightening up and lumping up and doing what it's doing because of the circuits that are not in place. And it's hitting, the energy's hitting that area, and that's when you feel the knot in your stomach. Or it's hitting this area, and that's when you feel tightness in your throat. It's because of circuits that are not yet in place. And so we have to learn to build the circuitry to be able to have this whole, full life flowing without a distortion. And so the invitation is this. You squeeze the area wherever you feel the knot, you squeeze it back. If you feel a lump in your throat, you squeeze it back. And then you squeeze those anchor points of your shoulder blades and rolling the eyes and this mula bandha at the base of the pelvis, just like I was describing. And you start breathing through the central channel with special attention on that area that's talking back to you, because it's trying to tell you where you need to build the circuits to take the distortion out of your life. Life is trying to show you how to heal the distortions that are there so that we can live in this harmonic reality that is available here for us. But we can't perceive it if we don't have the circuits in place. So we come on to subject instead of going on to object. We come on to subject and we start breathing through the central channel. And as we live breathing through the central channel all day long, you can't overdo it. As we live that way, as life happens, something's going to come along and sock you in the gut or get you in your chest or get you buckled over something. Squeeze it back and let it know that you are in this in a unified way, that the mind and the body and the breath are going to work as a team, and we're going to solve this issue once and for all. And as we squeeze it back and continue to breathe up and down the central channel, you'll start to feel that knot start to stretch out and start to flow the energy again. And as that energy begins to flow, we have a different outlook on life because we're part of our true self again. We're part of the true reality that is cosmos and human consciousness expanding, and we're playing an active role on the frontier of that process. That's what we're here to do. We are here in contribution, and yet we think we need to seek something in order to experience our wholeness. It's just that we're scattered, splatted, and dispersed, and it's time to come back together in this way. So I just, boom, there's just a big old download for everyone, but I'm hoping to just give some people some understanding and give them some tools to work with at this most important time in human history. So tell me where we need to go from there, my dear.
Dr. Sue, you are such a gift. Thank you. Where I'd love you to go right now, because you've hit on so much. How can people learn more about you? Your Energy Codes book, your retreats, your traveling around the world, your website. So show us
All the
how to
above.
dive deeper into Dr. Sue Morter.
Yes, so drsuemorter.com is the website, and yes, I teach coursework. I have a lot of online courses. I have the introductory course into my work starting very soon. If people come onto the website, they'll get some free stuff to get more experiential things of what I'm describing right here. There's some free meditations and some master classes that I teach that are made available as soon as you plug in. And then you would be made aware of when our classes are starting. It's starting up next month, so I'm thrilled about that we get to take another group through the coursework. I have all kinds of advanced coursework, more than you can than we could possibly share in this moment. But if they go and explore, there are people standing by always online, at the office, through the phone lines as well, to connect with and answer questions about anything that someone might have about the journeys that we take around the world to the sacred sites, or the coursework from home online, or the in-person live events that we have across the country. As soon as we're able to gather again safely, we'll be doing that. But in the meantime, we are putting out free yoga classes and meditation healing transmissions once a month. So I would just invite everyone to plug in and be supported in every way that is needed. Yeah, we're here for you.
Beautiful. And for a final wish or blessing, what would you love to say for this harmonic convergence?
I would love for everyone to realize that there is only one of us here, and it is you, and that everything that looks like other is only a part of your own consciousness that is waiting to merge with the other parts of you that you're already familiar with. There is nothing broken. There is nothing missing. There is nothing wrong. There is a humanity that is trying to awaken. And as we drop into our own deep core selves and integrate in the ways that I've been describing, we find a way to bond and to merge with one another in unity. And at this beautiful time when the planetary systems are in so much support of that happening, the light is falling upon your system in such a way that you can up-level your own frequency so easily. The entire cosmos is on your side in this now moment. So if you feel that you're in a wobble, or you feel that you're in a distortion of some sort, or caught up in some kind of problematic state, know that that is transformation trying to happen. And as you learn more about how to recognize the true you, that very energy of anxiety or of frustration or of even perhaps depression is actually energy that is untapped, trying to be reformulated and reconstructed into something that will serve not only you for this now moment and for the rest of your life, but to serve the bonding of humanity into the unity consciousness that we came here to do. We knew what we were doing when we came, and we chose to be here at this time. And it is important that we allow that version of us to reveal. And so as we bond together in this convergence time, know that you are supported infinitely, cosmically, that there is no separation. And if you allow that to be true, you will feel it. Just keep bringing your attention on to subject, onto the self, so that you can feel the inflow that is happening. And I'd love to help support you in any way possible. So blessings to everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. Thank you with all of our hearts and all of our consciousness. Namaste.
Namaste. My great pleasure. Anytime.
Yay!
Blessings all.
Blessings.
Welcome to the Harmonic Convergence 2020. I invite you to take in these beautiful images of Mother Earth. When you're ready, close your eyes and allow these sound waves take you on an inward journey. Connect with your breath and start to deepen your breath, guiding your breath all the way into your lower abdomen, expanding the belly, and exhaling fully. Take a few deep cleansing breaths. Feeling the rise and fall of your chest and abdomen. Let your exhale be slow and long, sending a signal to your nervous system that you are safe. Imagine you are inside of a bubble of light. Your own safe and sacred space. Allow yourself to become aware of any tension, tightness, anything that you are currently going through that causes you pain or difficulty. Simply seeing it for what it is. Imagine you are embracing yourself like a mother embracing her child. Holding yourself with love and compassion. Allow these sound waves be like a healing flow moving right through you, releasing any tension or tightness, suffering or pain. If you so choose, expand the space of your awareness into the world, towards everyone else who is currently going through a difficult time. Then slowly bring yourself back into the here and the now, deepening your breath. Welcome back.
I want to fall in love at 85, go on shuffleboard dates, and dance to hip-hop from 95. We'd rock matching tracksuits and rope gold chains. We'd look like Run DMC, but in their old age. We'd take aerobics classes and wear bifocal glasses and eat at IHOP and hold hands at Sunday masses, and when it comes to the bedroom, well, nothing much would happen in the bedroom because we're 85. But we would still be down to take a walk or take a drive or sit and talk or have a drink, watch the passersby, ask each other why and how and who and where and when, and then we'd laugh and cry again about the people we had been. I would touch her withered skin and comment on how thin it is to keep in something infinite. And she would smile, sweet and blush, and tell me that I think too much. She's right, I think too much. It's always been a problem. But then again, that's how I made my green like the goblin. When I was in my 20s, I was eating top ramen, counting up my pennies saving up to go food shopping. But now I'm 85, and somehow I feel more alive. I turned my hearing aid up and bumped Jurassic 5. And when it comes to the bedroom, well, hopefully, every once in a while, she lets me knock her boots into the floral patterns of our bedpost, then hold her head close like death isn't chasing us, planning on erasing us and replacing us with better versions of us, reshaping us, remaking us, then recreating us with new identities so we can make new memories. Hush, little baby. Learn to walk and talk and think and lie and feel and fight and love and die and never get the answers why. She dips a joint of grass in wheatgrass and we get high. Her hair is silver as the moon in the Miami sky. We still pop pills, but it's not the Xanax anymore. Whenever we can't sleep, we listen to the ocean floor. She got a Sound of the Sea CD for me from the Brookstone store, and ever since I've been snoring like a really good metaphor for snoring. Sorry, I go blank sometimes. What? I'm 85. I'm not complaining. I'm just happy that I'm still alive. And happy that I have my better half by my side, super fly. She doesn't look a day over 65. When I first saw her, I was totally in awe. She was classical, so I was like, yo, yo, ma. And that was all it took. A single look and I was shook. I fell for her like some loose shingles from our Spanish roof. And I'ma love her till she loses every last root and has to glue dentures to her gums to chew solid food. Ooh, now that's real love, dude. That's some push comes to shove love. Not when it's convenient, love. Hospital bed love. Feed her ice chips, love. Never leave the room, love. Sleeping in the chair, love. Pray to up above, love. Have to pull the plug, love. Miss her in my bones, love. Everything about her, love. Die within a month, love. Can't live without her, love. Love, the only reason that we are alive. And none of us should have to wait until we're 85.
Nano kansu pai ni ui uri asa kira kumui. Na haru na wa mana no sa sai hu ma pai sai yu nu pai ya no sa nu ku ma nu. Nu kai ka sa wa nu ku kwa ke sa nu ku sama ku ya nu. Na nu sa nu awe pa nu ku ki nu ku ya ma nu sa ni atu nu sa nu le yu kai. Ta pa chaka ru na ma na nu su vi ya nu. Minha china aqui, minha que eu vi aqui, minha mana que eu vi aqui, no que um aqui, no que pataca, eu apago no que no cuiamano, me coça, eu vou pai quem, era cuxuai, eu vou cuxuai na isawa, na ni mana ya sum, na ya no sawa no. Na isawa kusubawa no pau sawai na kono na pau ya son rumo pai kai son mukai kamano mukan solo mukan samake no sandiga tu shina manwas on chiu takwa han runa mukan dikai kon no atu rahu kan ko mahu na pau suhia mukan ura no atu ikin pai pau muka pau ya son nikus nya ni wanu ko wiki mukan kamano no kushuai muka yura mata muka yura hatu mati pau sawa son ki tana manu nundi ukai nya tana muka mau no anu nai kushua ki ari pau hoki na waka sitiana manua na ari pau yuno ki pau rahu mat Runa mana no pau suhi ai ho ora puxa kai supai ruma pau sawa hanking pau sutu hanking Rombi rombi uai te nande. Rombi rombi uai te nande rombi. Rombi rombi uai te nande. Rombi rombi uai te nande rombi. Rombi rombi wa 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 wa. 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 Rombi rombi hey hey. Rombi rombi hey hey. Rombi rombi hey hey. Rombi rombi hey. Rombi rombi wo 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 wo. 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 Rombi rombi uai te nande. Rombi rombi uai te nande rombi. Rombi rombi uai te nande. Rombi rombi uai te nande rombi. Uai na ki se moi nani. 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 Rombi 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 rombi. Rombi rombi uai te nande. Rombi rombi uai te nande rombi. Rombi rombi uai te nande. Rombi rombi uai te nande rombi. Rombi rombi runa runa. Rombi rombi runa runa hey. Rombi rombi runa runa. Rombi rombi runa runa hey. Rombi rombi uai te nande. Rombi rombi uai te nande rombi. Rombi rombi uai te nande. Rombi rombi uai te nande rombi. Purai no no, purai no no, purai no no, purai no no. Purai no no, purai no no, purai no no, purai no no. Kui 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 kui. Kui 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 kui. In Yoroma, kui kui. In Yoroma, kui kui. Anjano mano ma, no mano ma. 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 Anjano mano tai vai ro, tai vai ro. 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 Vaminira, 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 vaminira. Vaminira, 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 vaminira. Varonoma, 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 varonoma. Varonoma, 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 varonoma. No ma, no ma, no ma, no ma, no ma. Numa sanaiku, numa sanaiku, numa sanaiku, numa sanaiku, numa sanaiku aterenderambote. Numa sanaiku aterenderambote. Numa sanaiku aterenderambote. Numa sanaiku aterenderambote. Olá, primeiro queremos agradecer ao Criador por essa oportunidade de estar aqui nessa floresta, com esse vento, com esse sol, com esse ar, com todo esse verde que o Criador nos deu. Nós não somos os donos da floresta, mas nós somos os guardiãos da floresta. Estamos aqui para proteger a floresta. E queremos deixar nossa mensagem, né? Falar para os nossos amigos que estão nos vendo, para as pessoas que estão nos assistindo de toda parte do mundo. Nós também, como um povo Yawanawá, né, nós queremos mandar uma mensagem, falar da importância desse lugar, da floresta, e também dos elementos que nossos ancestrais, a nossa história, ela nos alertaram desde o início da criação, que quais são os maiores elementos que estão sobre a terra, que nós não podemos tocar, que nós não podemos, como brincar com ele. Nós podemos desfrutar de várias coisas que o Criador nos deu, mas tem coisas que nós não podemos tocar, porque não é uma coisa só de uma pessoa. É uma coisa, é como um patrimônio da humanidade. E dentro da nossa história dos Yawanawá, nós temos alguns pontos grandes, importantes, que nós preservamos desde a história, desde o começo, ainda quando nos tempos imemoriais. E nós queremos falar aqui da grande importância da água, né? A água, esse canto que eu fiz agora há pouco, ele fala um pouco da água. No mar significa água. E o mar, a água, ele também é como se um mundo diferente. Não é esse mundo aqui que nós estamos vendo, mas também existem seres poderosos que estão dentro da água, vivendo como nós estamos vivendo aqui, mas com outra forma, com o espírito, né? Então esse povo que está dentro da água chama-se Numayunxin. Numayunxin, já muitos líderes espirituais já viram, os homens que estudaram muito espiritualidade se conectaram com essa força. E o nosso pajé, o nosso último pajé do povo Yawanawá, o Tatá, ele teve uma grande visão com a água, né? Ele recebeu uma mensagem vindo da água. E quando ele estava dentro de uma miração, a força do Uni, das nossas medicinas, levaram ele para a beira do mar, da praia. Então ele viu como se todo o mar começasse uma movimentação muito grande e saiu um ser muito grande dentro da água como uma mulher. E essa mulher, no Mayunxin, é um poder muito grande. E a roupa dela é como toda a água. A roupa dela está vibrando como a água, está balançando com a água. E o corpo dela tem uma perfeição muito grande, um espiritual muito perfeito, muito, muito poderoso, né, que vem do espírito da água. Então ele recebeu a mensagem e trazendo para que é como se esse espírito está com medo de o povo perder a sua cultura, a sua essência, né? Então fala para ele, quando você, o Tatá estava fazendo um trabalho fora, não na aldeia, e o Espírito diz, quando você volta para a sua terra, você planta uma semente, e essa semente é a semente do cairau. O cairau é uma planta que ela não existe em matérias, mas espiritual, para crescer. É uma planta que ela não pode se perder, ela sempre vai estar criando, ela sempre vai estar evoluindo. Então essa mensagem que veio dentro dessa força das águas, ela também está dizendo sobre a proteção da água. Nós não podemos viver sem água. Tem os pontos grandes que a nossa história, os pajés estudaram, que diz que tem os pontos grandes. A terra, somente a terra, ela tem um poder muito grande. A noite e a escuridão, também ela tem um poder muito grande. As casas onde habitamos, churru, também tem um poder muito grande. E a água, ela também tem um poder muito grande. Porque ela tem esse poder tão grande que ela não escolhe nenhum tipo de ser humano para alimentar, para saciar a sua sede. Não importa todos os tipos de animais, não importa que eles sejam animais muito ferozes, mas como um simples animal, ele depende da água. Isso significa que a água tem um grande poder da vida. E os tempos aí a nossa história, ela diz que vai chegar um tempo, quando vai chegar o término de um tempo para começar o outro, pode acontecer coisas muito fortes com esses elementos poderosos. Porque quando o homem mexer nela sem respeito, sem o amor, mas por orgulho, por querer o poder, o próprio água também, o espírito das águas, ele vai trazer um retorno também forte. Então a água para nós é a vida. A água é a resistência da terra, é a resistência de todos os povos, não importa qual povo, ou nação, ou tribo, ou língua. Todos nós precisamos da água, por isso que precisamos preservar. Então cada um povo, de cada uma tribo ou nação, ele tem a sua história. E o poder das águas é grande, porque sem a água nós não temos vida. Então se a vida é a água, nós precisamos preservar. Tem várias outras forças grandes, outros elementos que precisamos preservar, mas a água é o principal para esse momento agora. E agora nesse tempo de pandemia, nós estamos sentindo, nós estamos vendo o que está acontecendo em todo o planeta, essa grande mudança, essa grande transformação para a humanidade. E o que nós precisamos fazer agora, esse tempo agora é um tempo de reconciliar, é um tempo de aliança, é um tempo de voltar para a sua essência, para o seu Criador, para você firmar, para você sentir a segurança e proteger o que ainda nós precisamos ainda dela para continuar como um povo. Então o que nós precisamos agora? Nós precisamos da floresta, nós precisamos da terra, nós precisamos da água limpa, para que que os nossos filhos também possam ter e os nossos netos também possam desfrutar, mas isso também é um patrimônio da humanidade, para que o homem não possa ficar sem água. Então a nossa recomendação, o nosso pedido daqui dessa floresta é que todos preservam, é que todos respeitam, porque ela precisa de nós para a sobrevivência, assim como nós também precisamos dela para sobreviver. E hoje a floresta, o povo está mandando uma mensagem com tudo o que está acontecendo, com toda a situação difícil que os povos estão enfrentando. Então, as pessoas que se interessarem de nos ajudar, as pessoas que vão ver esse vídeo, muito obrigado por você estar aí nos assistindo, por nós também estamos mandando a nossa mensagem e também queremos dizer para todas as pessoas que aqui no Mutum, nessa terra indígena, Rio Gregório, na aldeia Mutum, no estado do Acre, na Amazônia, no Brasil, nós estamos mandando a nossa mensagem aqui para todas as pessoas e falar também dos nossos projetos que a gente tem como reflorestamento, com plantas de frutas, da água potável, para a gente poder também ter uma água boa. A nossa floresta temos muitas águas, mas também a gente precisa de uma água melhor para a gente poder estar bem de saúde com nossa casa. Então, também nós temos um projeto de luz, de placa solar. Então, as pessoas que se sentirem tocado quando ver esse vídeo, se vocês querem nos ajudar, vocês vão ser muito bem-vindos à nossa casa, ao nosso apoio, à nossa terra. Então, muito obrigado a todos e uma proteção do Grande Espírito para todos. Uhul!
Greetings, friends. My name's Warren Hellerud of Floresta Association and the Boa Foundation, and I'm here to share a little bit more with you about the reforesting project in Mattoom. The idea is to plant regional and native foods and fruit trees throughout the village to give them access to clean organic foods year-round. This will also strengthen the overall health of all the people in the village and allow them to share these foods with all the visitors that come to visit from all over the world. So if you are able to, please donate, and also please share this message with your friends and pass it along. Lots of love, deep gratitude.
Alabado al gran creador y formador del universo, siempre se dan las gracias. Gracias, oh corazón del cielo. Gracias, oh corazón de la tierra. Gracias, oh corazón del agua. Gracias, oh corazón del fuego. Oh cuatro vientos que respiramos el corazón de nuestra vida. Te damos siempre las gracias. Te pedimos el permiso para que nos abras el camino en las cuatro direcciones. Gracias, abuelos y abuelas Balanguichea. Oh Palomá, dador de vida. Gracias, abuelos y abuelas Balamagacho Mija. Gracias por cuidarnos, por protegernos en la caída del Padre Sol. Gracias, abuelo Oik Balam, abuelo Kakishaja, manantial, nacimiento de las aguas, donde nacen, surgen el agua que corre en nuestras venas, nuestra medicina, el sanador de nuestra vida. Gracias, abuelo. Mahukuta sununya. Postrados en el ocaso del viento, donde recibimos el alimento sagrado de toda la producción que nos da la Madre Tierra. Gracias por darnos todo lo necesario, el alimento sagrado, el alimento espiritual, nuestro vestuario, el producto de nuestro trabajo. Gracias te damos. Te pedimos por nuestros hermanos menos válidos, que no tienes un pie, un brazo, un ojo, que no haga falta, la abundancia que haya siempre en todos los hogares.
Venimos del pataste y el cacao, el renacimiento de todas las cosas buenas, el renacimiento del mundo, el renacimiento de todo lo bien, de la paz y el amor.
Los ancestros han dejado a cada cultura, a cada etnia, a cada grupo su forma de practicar la espiritualidad y su forma de la conexión.
I remember just opening my eyes and just looking at the stars, and everything felt so clear and liberating. So I got a strong calling there to really dive deeper into cacao.
Júncame, Wucúpcame, los jefes del inframundo dijeron: no deben acercarse nadie en este árbol, fueron prohibidos. Pero viene la hija de Hunahpu, que se llamaba Ixquic, burló la guardia. Al acercarse, quedó mirando el cráneo de Hunahpu. Entonces Hunahpu dijo: pon su mano. Así extendió su mano y deje caer como su baba, en forma de baba, pero es la semilla del cacao que cayó en la mano de Ixquic, y en ese entonces quedó preñado la doncella. Ixquic tuvo a luz los gemelos, Hunahpu Bishbalanque. De ahí viene el origen del sagrado cacao.
Se sabe ya por estudios científicos de la botánica del cacao que el cacao sí tiene un origen en Guatemala. Sí hay unas semillas que se remontan a millones de años atrás, que sí se propagó naturalmente en Guatemala en un clima muy apto, que era como el de la costa sur. Una cultura olmeca que existió en la democracia, en Escuintla, unos 2000 años antes de los mayas. ¿Qué hacían los olmecas aquí? ¿Qué venían a sacar? Una población solo se sitúa si hay un recurso sumamente valioso para poderlo explotar hasta otro lugar, ¿verdad? Tenemos toda esa línea de boca a costa, 700 a 1000 metros de altura. Tenían el sotobosque a su favor y los nutrientes de los volcanes, exquisita en suelo, en lluvia, agua, precipitación. Ahí se adaptó el cacao y ahí le gustó. Entonces ahí es donde yo podría decir que el origen del cacao viene mucho de esta parte de la costa sur.
El cacao es algo que se ha adaptado muy bien en nuestra comunidad, en nuestro suelo. Es una fruta que no tiene que madurar tanto para la cosecha, para que tenga todos los azúcares bien concentrados adentro de la mazorca. Y es así como hemos aprendido a cosecharla, llevarla a un centro de fermentación.
Desde generación en generación son reconocidas en este pueblo por su trabajo. El tostado del cacao. Conocen exactamente el punto del tostado del cacao. El fuego consta de 3 piedras. El símbolo cosmogónico, que es el triángulo del sol, de la luna y de la tierra, que es el que nos sostiene.
Ya tostado, se pela a mano y esto hace que se vuelva material para moler.
Todo lo que se consume molido, nuestras abuelas, nuestras ancestras trabajaban con la piedra de moler. El fuego tiene que estar adentro de la piedra de moler para calentarlo bien. Ya que está caliente, ya se empieza a proceder con el molido del cacao. Después del molido del cacao, pues se procede al agua caliente. Se necesita siempre del batido, es la forma de que como el humo se va como ofrenda a nuestros ancestros.
Cuando nosotros consumimos el cacao, no es solo por consumir tampoco, sino que es una concentración que se hace desde la madre tierra con todos los seres de la naturaleza.
Cuando es una ceremonia, siempre el fuego sagrado. El fuego sagrado que es guiado por un guía espiritual. Y ante el fuego se presenta, se ofrenda la bebida del cacao. Se invoca el espíritu del cacao, el espíritu del aire, del fuego, de la tierra, el espíritu del agua. Y uno toma el cacao para meditar, para decir gracias por lo que tengo, por lo que soy, por lo que necesito. Es tu conexión con el fuego y es tu conexión y eso que hace que la medicina, que el cacao que tienes dentro empieza a recorrer en tus venas, empieza a oxigenarte más para abrir tu mente, para dejar el miedo, abrir tu palabra, la voz del cacao, la voz que viene para poder expresarte. Además de lo espiritual, es lo físico que puede producir el cacao, la alegría, la fortaleza, la fuerza, la energía física que puede dar.
Por eso su nombre dice en nuestro idioma Kokof. Kof es la fuerza.
Cacao is one of the richest foods in magnesium, supporting heart health, relaxing the muscles, the joints, the nervous system, and optimal brain health. Another powerful component of cacao is tryptophan. Tryptophan is a precursor to serotonin. The combination of tryptophan and magnesium support serotonin release in the brain. theobromine is also found in cacao. Theobromine is known for being a vasodilator, allowing the blood vessels to relax and stimulating blood flow. These components create a beautiful duality of feeling awake and energized, while also feeling relaxed, bringing a balance of feeling clarity and focus.
Es el alimento sagrado para el cuerpo, para el espíritu, para la mente, para el corazón.
¿Cuál es el espíritu? ¿Cuál es la intención que se le pone desde el corte, desde la preparación del cacao? El cacao es amor. El cacao te muestra toda su ternura que nos forma, que nos guía, que nos transforma como una bebida. Y es el respeto, conocer el espíritu del cacao. La espiritualidad no se trata de una competencia, no se trata de quién sabe más ni quién sabe menos, se trata del que respeta más. Si tienes un respeto, el espíritu mismo te habla, el espíritu mismo, los abuelos, los ancestros te guían. Esa es la guía que puedes recibir con tu corazón, con la conexión de tu mente hacia el sagrado fuego, hacia la medicina.
I think it feels better to do a generous act than to receive a generous act. It means a lot to me when I see someone smile or say thank you, because you know that you accomplished something good, and there is such thing as karma, and karma comes back to you.
Generosity and gratitude are linked. It's part of what I call the well of being that's infinite. And when we're in touch with that, we're naturally generous. And when we're naturally generous, we're naturally grateful, because gratefulness is the experience of the great fullness of our lives, the great fullness of the gifts and talents we have, the great fullness of the blessing that it is to be alive, the great fullness that it is to just to be able to see, to be able to speak, to be able to breathe. When true generosity is being expressed, it comes from great fullness, it comes from enoughness, it comes from what I call sufficiency. Not only does it nourish other people, it nourishes you to be generous. I've learned so much about generosity from people in villages, and it's when they're not connected with the modern world that you see this beautiful tribal ceremonies that are all about the interconnected nature of life. The mindset of scarcity is a fallacy, is an illusion, is a mythology, is a trap, and it's toxic. That if you clear that away, you find the absolute exquisite experience of enough. And enough is precise, being met by the universe precisely. But it's not an amount of anything. It's a state of being, it's a way of being. And when you're in touch with enough, it overflows into natural abundance, not excess, not waste, but natural abundance, out of which generosity is a normal, flowing way of being, because you feel totally interconnected to everyone else. When you are appreciating another human being, what you're appreciating appreciates in their sense of self, and that's an act of generosity.
I know, but you're also
I think it's the source of longevity, I think it's the source of well-being, the source of health. Because when you're in touch with generosity, you're in the eternal. Every time we tap into the eternal, to the sacred, it's timeless. Time actually stops. Don't insult creation with your human arrogance. Be grateful for the miracle that is your life. That's the source of generosity, of prosperity, of gratefulness, of gratitude, and of fulfillment.
That's not me.
It's one of those places where we express love, and there's nothing quite like love, because that's what it's all about.
It sounds like you're getting a text. I can just, if it's not on. Hello and welcome back to the Harmonic Convergence 2020. This is the continuation. We're at the midpoint, day 5, and our theme today is technology in balance, innovation to service to all life. I am Michelle Anderson from Awakening Code Radio, and I'm your host today. I'm so excited that synchronicity happened today, and we had scheduled to have Ruben Langdon on this segment today. He's a good friend of mine, and he's a good friend of our guest, our surprise guest today. Once we realized we had some technical difficulties with Ruben, we were able to slide in Elizabeth April, who is friends with Ruben as well. So welcome, Elizabeth April.
Thank you so much, Michelle. I am so excited to be here. A surprise visit to this conference. I know a lot of people who watch my content are on this conference, so it's really nice to be with family again. So I'm definitely very grateful that you thought about me when things didn't work out with Ruben.
I find in doing these live streams and in doing these kinds of conferences that are all about raising the vibration on the planet and having us come into harmony with each other and realizing we have family outside of just the earth. That's really the big theme here. There's so much more going on, and with what you do with your intuitive channeling and the way you bring through messages from the Galactic Federation of Light, your face just came so right in my face when they said, do you have somebody else that we can put in for this segment? And right away I just said, today is Elizabeth April's birthday. This was yesterday afternoon, and I said, it's her birthday. What a birthday gift to be able to contact you and have you join us from Joshua Tree. So I'm really excited that we talked about the theme, technology and balance. And one of the things that you and I had talked about was you focus a lot on cosmic DNA and how that technology can be unlocked within us. Can you tell us a little bit about that, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really aligned to the theme of today in relation to technology. And in a lot of ways, I believe through what I've channeled, what I've experienced, that us as human beings are actually hybrids. And so I've done a lot of remote viewing, especially remote viewing into the past, hidden human history. And I've started to realize that there are many different beings who have culminated their ability and genetics into what we are today, these human beings. So in a sense, I actually believe that our physical, biological body is a technology. And with the right frequency, because we are frequency beings, with the right frequency, we can actually unlock that technology to the point where I believe that if we had certain DNA that was unlocked, you could actually grow back an entire limb. I believe that we are that powerful, and unfortunately, society has been very oppressive and hasn't allowed us the fullest extent of expression in relation to our vibration. So, a big thing that I help other people with is understand that they are very powerful, that their bodies are a technology, and essentially how to unlock that technology with raising our vibration. And as we raise our vibration, I believe that we access and express different DNA strands that are coming from our cosmic family. So, I mean, psychic abilities, telepathy, astral traveling, these are all just, I believe, very natural things for us as human beings, because I believe that we're a lot more, a lot greater than just here on this third dimensional plane.
I love the way that you put that, because I think so many people are realizing our potential and wanting to find more ways to unlock those things within ourselves. We had Dr. Sue Morter on before this segment, and she was talking about some of those things that we can do when we have a really strong foundation, and how we can place our focus on what it is we want to bring through in our being, and during these times on earth, we're really seeing unprecedented times on earth, but I've heard you say this is for our growth. This is a time of awakening, and that seems to be a theme with many of the people that are speaking on this platform. Can you talk about why the world is getting more polarized?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do a lot of channeling in relation to dimensions. So I talk a lot about third dimension density versus fifth dimension density. And all we need to know with these is it's a vibrational frequency that we can exist at, and the vibration of our reality matches our inner vibration. The problem is that the old vibration of planet Earth, the third dimension vibration, is very dense, very low vibration. And in that third dimension density, we see a lot of polarity. So it's very black and white as far as a world, right? It's all or nothing. Either you have money or you don't. Either you're left or you're right. You're right or you're wrong. It's always one or the other. It's a very polarizing existence. And as we raise the vibration on the planet, and especially if anyone tracks the Schumann resonance, they'll know that it's been spiking like crazy. And so as this vibration raises, we move into obviously fourth dimension density, but then we eventually move into fifth dimension density. And that is a very unpolarizing world. Everything is existing simultaneously. Even the very fundamental aspects of physics, which is beautiful because I know you have Nassim on next, the very fundamental aspects of physics actually all change, and the foundations of this reality get very weird in the fifth dimension frequency. Things like matrix glitches, Mandela effects, all kind of come into play with this new frequency. However, before we get to 5D, we have to work on 3D. So any aspect of your life, whether it be this incarnation or another incarnation, every aspect of your life that you're attached to, that you identify with, is typically polarized. So we need to purge out and release all of the attachment to our own polarization, our own attachments, expectations, judgments, our own 3D programmable nature in order to move into 5D. So right now, the world, we think that it's getting worse, but in truth, the way that I see it is it's getting a lot better. We need to take a look at the issues in society. We need to take a look at the polarization in order to step into harmony. And really, that's what this conference is all about, is harmony, harmonizing with frequencies around you. And we need to go through this upheaval, this stage of polarization, this stage of extremes in order to once again bring it all into harmony. And I really truly believe that 5D, the fifth dimension, is a very harmonious state where everything exists simultaneously. You no longer have to choose. And that's what I believe harmony is. 5D isn't just all light and love. 5D is the ability to consciously choose how you want your reality to play out. It's you being in the driver's seat of the car rather than in the passenger seat. And I think in a lot of ways, we've allowed the third dimension reality to take hold of our lives. And I think before quarantine, no one really realized that they had the ability, the capacity to choose what they wanted to do on a daily basis, what they wanted to do with work, or what kind of friends they wanted in their life. You have the ability to choose that, but we're so consumed by that everyday reality where we actually forget the fact that we have that option to choose. So really, I just feel like 5D is coming away from polarity, stepping into harmony, and stepping into conscious choice and free will and absolute and complete sovereignty.
Oh, I love that. I love that. You talked about the Schumann resonance spiking. Yesterday when I had a discussion with James Gilliland, he talked about the Schumann resonance spiking.
Cool.
Can you talk a little bit about what the Schumann resonance is, and do you think it's spiking first, or do you think our, the chaoticness of some of our frequencies are making it spike? Which one happens first?
Yeah, totally. That's a great question. And it's a difficult answer, to explain. So first of all, I just believe that the Schumann resonance is a measurement of the vibration on the planet. And I know that it's technically not really called the Schumann resonance, and some people call it the power level of the planet. But regardless, I mean, the energy, the electromagnetic frequency is spiking on the planet. We are electromagnetic frequency beings. So of course, with the entire planet, the entire globe, and the frequency on the planet changing and shifting, it's going to have a huge impact on us. And like I said, with that vibration spiking, that also forces all of us to shift away from our own internal 3D and polarity to move into this new vibration. I believe that it's a little bit of both. I think naturally the planet is spiking its vibration. As it does, more and more light workers are coming online. And in that regard, we are actually allowing the planet to spike and shift as well. So I believe it's actually a little bit of both, the collective consciousness of the planet and the planet itself, along with astrology. And, I've had some really great conversations with some astrophysicists who have also agreed that our position in the universe affects the vibration on the planet. And I also believe in cycles as well, like astrological cycles. And I also believe, from what I've been told by the Galactic Federation, that the last time the planet was in this cycle, was in this phase, was back in ancient Atlantis. So we're getting back to these Atlantean times of, everyone's psychic, everyone's telepathic, free energy technology, hovering spacecraft. There's a lot of things that are shifting for us to get to this new point in vibration. So yeah, and then I just want to add one more thing as well. I was very surprised, but just the other day, I think it was a week ago, I did a little channel check-in with the Galactic Federation of Light. And to my surprise, they actually told me, without me even having to ask, that they were also influencing the Schumann resonance. And I don't know if they have some sort of technology that does that, but they're actually helping the vibration spike on the planet so that we shift into greater alignment with a higher baseline frequency.
That's fascinating. That's really fascinating. What has the Galactic Federation talked to you about what we can do to prepare for contact and to prepare for what's to come? What's happening and where are we going? Yeah. We know, you definitely did a great job of articulating moving from the 3D density into the 5D, which is more fluid and more telepathic and sensory-like. What can we do? I see a lot of people maybe fighting the shift. And my personal feeling is the more that we resist, the harder it gets, and to be a little more fluid with opening up our minds to what's out there and really working on ourselves and our triggers. And James definitely talked about that a lot yesterday, self-mastery and things like that. Have they gotten really specific with you when the Galactic Federation comes through and says, how do we prepare? What's coming?
Yeah, for sure. Cosmic disclosure is for sure coming. I mean, in a lot of ways, they would say that it's already here. You know, and specifically, I speak to the Palladian Security Council with the Galactic Federation. It's a huge organization. There's many different species who run it, but I speak specifically to the Palladians. So I don't know about all of their perspectives and all of their information, but specifically from the Palladians, they are mentioning that the first basis of preparing for cosmic disclosure is letting go of the third dimension density. So it's very similar to you being on a busy street corner and you look up at the sky and you see a spaceship, you know, a UFO, and you hint to the guy next to you, hey, do you see that? And they're like, no, because they're in a different dimension, right? So if you're caught up in watching the news, if you're caught up in your favorite celebrity, if you're caught up in wearing specific name brands, you know, if you're caught up in the physicality and polarity of this third dimension density, you won't be able to have cosmic disclosure or contact because you don't really know who you are apart from this reality. Which is fine. There's absolutely no judgment there. Everyone's on their own path. But the first thing for everyone, which I'm sure if you're already watching this conference and this conversation, you've already done this, which is separate yourself from anything around you that is limiting or polarizing. Separate yourself from 3D. Separate yourself from other people's projections, right? And then I would say the next big step for everyone on this planet is, and this is a big one that's really come up a lot recently, which is, you know, love all human beings on this planet. And if we can't accept another human being because of their gender, race, age, sexuality, or what have you, then we won't be able to accept, you know, an interdimensional being from another planetary system. Right? If you can't love and accept every single human on this planet, then you're not ready for cosmic disclosure. So really being aware of, you know, of your own judgments and projections and perceptions of the people around you, and just be aware that if you don't have unconditional love for your neighbor, you might not be able to have unconditional love and understanding for the beings up there, and they can feel that, and they're wanting to come down when we all have that openness, that harmony, and that unconditional love for them and for each other.
Is there a time frame associated with this? Because I'm totally vibing with what you're saying, and I'm really feeling like, how do we expect peace to come when we haven't found peace within ourselves, within our family dynamics? I see a lot of family system breakdown right now where people will say, oh, I'm not talking to my brother anymore, we just don't speak. Or, you know, my father made me so upset that I can't even go see my parents anymore. Or husbands, wives, partners having turmoil in their relationships. And it is my feeling that if we cannot harmonize within ourselves and our immediate family members, how do we expect peace on earth or galactic peace? That's what this whole Harmonic Convergence 2020 is all about. Just really laying more of that groundwork that Jose Arguelles did 33 years ago with the Harmonic Convergence in 33 years ago, and now we're at a new phase in consciousness, and it feels really exciting. And I know that time can tend to be an illusion, and when we get really stuck in linear time, sometimes it limits us. So what do they say as far as that time factor goes? You know, do we have any specific dates we're looking for, or is it going to be in the blink of an eye? How is that going to, how will that look?
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. So I just want to mention something about family dynamics, because I do know that, you know, there's a lot of breakdown, right, within the system of the family and those kind of dynamics, especially during quarantine. So I just want to mention that there's a lot of things that haven't been said within family dynamics, that haven't been discussed, that are now finally all coming to the table. Once again, we are all being pushed to let go and to release the old energy and to bring in that new harmonic vibration into every aspect of our lives, into our career, into our family, into our living situation. And if you don't have full harmony with an aspect of your foundations, then watch out, because it will break down before it can get better. So it's very typical within the awakening and the raising of the vibration that there are certain elements of people's lives that just aren't working anymore, because they were never working before, but now it's just that much more apparent and obvious. So I just wanted to mention to those people who are struggling with those dynamics, make sure that you're always checking in with yourself and asking yourself, what do you want? What feels right for you? How can you move forward, rather than always just moving your and shifting your vibration to match everyone else around you? It's no longer time to play other people's games and to lower yourself for others. So that's a very important message, especially at this time. And speaking of time, timelines. So I have received a very significant timeline. Other channelers have also validated this timeline, because I don't do any external research, so I'm not really sure what else is out there. But the timeline that I have received from the GFL is between 2020 and 2024 is meant to be a huge breakdown of all of the structures and the systems on the planet. The more we can break down, the more we can pivot, the more we can have kind of destruction of the old systems, the more we will be able to shift and awaken afterwards. So we won't really see major kind of 5D consciousness at a global level until at least after 2024. At an individual level, there's going to be a lot of light workers and star seeds on the planet stepping into their power, stepping into their mission, and also receiving lots and lots of cosmic disclosure themselves. At a global level, I believe that we won't be able to see cosmic disclosure until after 2024, but it also depends on what your definition of cosmic disclosure is. I mean, wasn't it just a month ago that the Pentagon released actual videos of UFOs and finally admitted that they exist? You know, and yet it wasn't really talked about. So I believe that it's happening, it's here, it's now, and you just have to be at a certain vibration to be able to experience that connection.
I like that you talk about different levels of consciousness and not lowering your vibration to meet someone else. I think that's a really important point to bring up right now, that it's not about a hierarchical system. It's not about one person being better than another. You talk a little bit about how everybody's at their own level of consciousness, and so we can't force anybody to be something that they're not. Does it seem like more and more people are starting to have that sense of entrainment when it comes to, you're around a lot of people that are starting to get this sense that there is something going on that is lifting us and raising us, and we are becoming more forgiving, more loving, more accepting, more compassionate and kind? And when those vibrations are in alignment and more people are emitting that kind of a vibration, doesn't it seem like more people kind of soften and have their own awakening experience after that?
Yep, absolutely. And when you're talking about the compassion and the connection and the unconditional love, because really truly the kind of, you know, ideological love that we've all been chasing after is conditional. It's always been conditional, and that's been a systemic issue as well. But when you're talking about all of these traits of, kindness and oneness and harmony, the biggest thing that comes to mind is we have to find that within ourselves before we find that in our reality, and therefore create this utopian society that we all want. But if we don't have that in our own lives, as far as compassion, kindness, unconditional love towards yourself, that's the main thing. That's the main focal point. If you're continuing to be high expectations and full of judgment towards your own human, then all you're going to attract in your reality is the same thing. So we really need to focus not on the global right now. We need to focus on the individual. We need to focus on ourselves as magnetic beings of light that are co-creating the fundamental aspects of this reality. Without having to say or do anything, we can change everything.
I totally agree. How do you, when you talk about all of these things, do you have specific tools for people when you see there are some people that are just overcome with fear? And when you see somebody that's overcome with fear, I can feel it just because I'm a feeling kind of a person. When they're overcome with fear, do you have tools for the person on the other end of that, for how they can help transmute that? Maybe some skills of diplomacy, listening skills, things like that.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, once again, if someone is stuck in fear, there's nothing that you can do to help them other than being compassionate and holding space for them, because that's their own journey. And we can all think back to a time when we were very fearful, whatever that time may be for you. But most of the world right now that is waking up is all going through this stage of fear. And so, once again, be compassionate towards those people, hold space for those people. And if it's you yourself who is stuck in the vibration of fear, the number one thing is do things that excite you, do things that bring you joy, do simple things throughout your day. I mean, a lot of the time we have this fear of the unknown. We don't know what the future is going to look like. You don't know if you're going to get another job or not. You don't know, where we're going or where you may live, really, in the next couple years. And ultimately, the more small things that we can do that bring excitement and joy to the present moment, the more excitement and joy we're bringing to the future moments. So a lot of the time, we just kind of get shrouded in the expectation and the overwhelm of all the possibilities and what could happen rather than what just is happening, and dealing with things step by step. So definitely following the excitement and joy and self-love practices, checking in with yourself, taking a bath, writing in your journal, getting out in nature. These are all things that do not include the duality of this reality. The second that you remove yourself from all of the judgment and the projections and the news and the fear of the world, you start to realize you're like, I'm good. I'm on my path. I'm on my journey, and letting go of that expectation that we have within.
I've heard people talk about the trust frequency and living in the trust frequency. Mm-hmm. And when we live in that frequency of trust, sometimes we're not even trusting ourselves for, what's going to happen. When you hear somebody say, I lost my job, what am I going to do? And they step outside of trust, that it all comes around when you're laser focused on letting go and surrendering and letting things come in. Do the Galactic Federation talk about or give you messages about how people can move forward in that frequency of trust and how to align with it?
Mm-hmm. I mean, they mention, yeah, it's difficult because everyone is at their own phase of awakening and everyone has their own kind of perception. So when they talk about skills and tools that people can utilize, it's usually pretty general, and they always bring it back to raise your vibrational frequency. And there's actually a really good point here that I want to bring up about what is it to raise your vibration. And I think the biggest misconception of raising your vibration or spirituality as a whole is this pressure or expectation on the choices that you're making in your life. So anytime we don't make a choice that is supposedly supposed to be aligned to us, then we are very cruel to ourselves. You know, we lower our own vibration. So a good example, a silly example, obviously pre-quarantine would be, oh, I can't believe you didn't go to the gym yesterday. You promised yourself you were going to go to the gym, and now you didn't go to the gym, and now you're this awful person because you didn't go to the gym, or whatever that statement is in your own mind. So in what I've been taught by the GFL is you have to, it's not just trusting. And I think part of trusting is understanding that you are in full control of every choice that you make and trusting that you have that full control, but also owning every decision that you're making throughout your day. You know, having it be a decision that excites you first, then taking action on making the decision and owning the fact that you made that decision. And I always have a joke about eating a whole bag of chips, right? And I said, if you one night, you know, you're snacky and you eat a whole bag of chips, do it. If that you know creates enjoyment and excitement for you in that moment, do it. Have no shame around it. Own that decision that you just made and let it go and move on. The more that you bring resentment or resistance, the more you are self-sabotaging yourself, only to therefore make decisions in fear and low vibrations and therefore repeat those decisions in the future. You know, so it's not just having trust that I chose this moment, or I chose this challenge, or I chose this outfit, or I chose this meal. But then, after understanding that you chose everything and every aspect of your current reality, then owning those choices, taking full responsibility for the outcome of those choices that you have made. So yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there, but it's not about the choice itself. It's about the vibration and the intention that you have around the choice.
That's such great advice. I've heard other people talk about that if you go into the shame of what you just did, you just kept yourself lower because you stay in it. But when we're fluid and when we just kind of flow with things and keep that essence of joy within us, that's emanating out from us, and it brings us back into balance and back into alignment. What do you think about this when we talk about technology and balance? I really want to go back to that in terms of our DNA and you talking about using our bodies as technology. You started off talking about that, but I kind of want to go deeper into that if you would.
Absolutely. So, you know, once again, I truly believe that human beings are a giant experiment. And for those of you who are familiar with some of my content, I've also been told by the Galactic Federation, I was told by them back in 2011 that we are actually a peace treaty. So human beings are a peace treaty. And what they've told me is that we have, as this giant hybrid experiment, we have some of the lowest vibrational DNA of the universe within us. Likewise, we have some of the highest vibrational DNA within the universe within us. And ultimately, that makes us as humans a master species, and therefore that makes this planet a master planet, which I think for a lot of people is like, what? This lowly third dimension? You know, that was my reaction when I first heard that. And now I'm starting to realize more and more that a lot of the issues, a lot of the dynamics, a lot of the battles, a lot of the confusion that's up there in other dimensions is everything that we're dealing with here at this time. And we've got all of it. You know, we've got Anunnaki, reptilian, we've got gray, we have Palladian, we have angelic DNA within us. And it's up to us in every moment to choose which frequency we want to be in. I think, like I mentioned before, society has been so structured and in a way so oppressed that we haven't even been able to see the fullest expression of our DNA. So I really do believe that our DNA, our genetic biological makeup, is a technology. And right now, if you actually do some scientific research, science agrees right now that we only actually access about 8% of our DNA code, which is mind blowing, right? So what, 90+% of our other DNA is just junk? It's just junk DNA. Don't worry about that stuff, and I believe that
Is
that's
there
a
a way to
giant.
access more?
Yeah. So I believe that our DNA becomes unlocked with our frequency. So the more that you raise your vibrational frequency, the more different strands of DNA that you unlock. Therefore, for a lot of people who are like, I want to be psychic, or I want to channel, or I want to astral travel, or I want to lucid dream, for me, I always tell them that's the easy part, right? Getting to that place where you've unlocked your DNA and you're at a high vibration, all of those abilities come to you naturally. Like, I believe that as human beings, we are so psychic and so connected to source consciousness because of our technology that's implanted within our body, that once we raise our vibration and we're living a good life and we feel good about the life and the choices that we're making, all of those psychic abilities will come online naturally. No training needed. It's just a natural expression of our soul. The difficult part to, move through, that everyone is moving through right now, is the human, is the third dimension, is the polarity, is the right or the wrong, the high vibration or the low vibration. And we just get so muddled with everyone else's projection. So I really truly believe that we're all accessing our technology internally right now. And a lot of people don't realize that we do have incredible superpowers, is really what I call them, within us, embedded within our DNA. And I also believe, too, that, there's definitely some sort of, why haven't we studied the other 90% of our DNA? And that for me, scientifically, has always been a big question. But
Or
ultimately,
even why aren't we using more of our brains? Look at how much dolphins use as
Oh,
far as
yeah.
their brain capacity versus what humans use. And
Yeah.
I think that's a really good question for us to ponder, is how do we activate more of that within ourselves? What can we do to activate our DNA, the codes of remembrance? I think the codes are stored within us. And, there's codes stored in the water that we could actually reactivate those things. You've been on the dolphin boat with me when we go on the dolphin boat and really are calling back those original keys and codes to peace on earth stored within the water. And we're a cohesive container of radiant love, just pouring that out. That feels really good. So what I like to ask you about is the personality self versus the soul self, and how I think sometimes people may be asking, who am I and why am I here? Or maybe asking the question or thinking that this is who I am, and standing really firmly in this is who I am, and I'm not really being who I am. And that's the personality talking versus who are you as a soul?
Right. Yeah. And that's quite difficult. And then, of course, you can think about your cosmic as well. And I think that there is such a deep longing for human beings to understand and figure out who they are, because we are all cosmic souls, incarnated, volunteered to come to this planet. And we've lost all of our Akashic records. We've forgotten all of our memories. And each and every one of us has this longing to understand the bigger picture, this longing to remember, who we are and where we've been. And that's where you get this, I call it old soul syndrome, which is, people attaching, even though they're old souls, attaching to aspects of this reality to say, this is it, this is my identity, this is who I am, and attaching to that in such a fierce way, because they're so sad deep down that they've lost the truth of who they are. So it's very difficult to say, who is your soul versus your personality. Any time that you are in polarity, resistance, resentment, attachment, expectation, that is definitely the personality, the ego, the human aspect, your mind aspect. Your mind is limited to just this reality. Your soul is the accumulation of everyone that you've ever been in the past and everyone that you will ever be, both on and off this planet in the future. So there's almost like this calm, content, trusting knowing from your soul of always dipping into the bigger picture and never getting caught up in that smaller perspective of this one reality. So it's difficult to define characteristics of the soul because upon defining or attempting to define the soul itself, we're actually taking away from the magnitude of what the soul is. You can never actually label or define it, especially with English words, exactly what it is. But what I would mention to people who are wanting to get to this place, two things I want to mention. One is when you start to understand your cosmic connections, it's also very important not to get caught up in the identity of who you were or who you may be simultaneously, in parallel, or in the future as a cosmic being. Oh, I'm a Palladian now. That's who I am. It's like, no, you're actually still right here, right now, this human, which is an accumulation of everything. So I find also that a bit of a spiritual limitation is focusing too much on the cosmic identity as well and not enough on just that soul, because we cannot identify the soul and therefore it's difficult to comprehend. The second thing that I want to mention about this concept, which is a really great concept to talk about, is resistance. Anything in your life, internally, especially in your own thoughts, but also externally, anything that you have resistance over is a lesson to be learned. Any challenge that you have in your dynamics of your life is a lesson that is yet to be learned. So be very aware of the resistance that you have. And by diving into and surrendering, and being vulnerable with that challenge, you overcome it. Therefore, you raise your vibration and you become in more harmonic resonance with your reality. So that's also a really good tactic and strategy to get closer to your soul as well, is be aware of your resistance, surrender to the resistance, and then take action that is different from the action or reaction that you would have taken previously in order to completely neutralize that resistance in your reality.
That is such a poignant lesson. I just want to take that snippet right out of there and blast it across the airwaves. I think so many of us can relate to what you're talking about, Elizabeth, and this is why I am such a devout follower of yours when it comes to the information that you bring through and the way that you talk about it in such a tangible way that we can understand it. How long have you been doing? You have a podcast on. I love the way you say it's Monday at 5:55 on Eastern time. You've been doing it for how long?
Since 2016 now. I started on Facebook and then I moved over to YouTube about a year and a half ago, maybe. Yeah.
So 4 years you've been consistently putting information out as you channel information from the Galactic Federation of Light and really expanding awareness all over the earth. I feel that the Harmonic Convergence 2020 is giving us the opportunity to make every person on earth aware that we are so much more than just this physical human body, and that when we actually realize some of the concepts you're bringing through, we can change our own world within us and outside the world, the cosmos. We're ready for contact, and I think you might have touched upon this, but when it comes to being ready for contact, do you think that we're getting there? Are we at the tipping point that everybody's talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. I really do believe that humanity as a collective is starting to shift to that. And I mean, when we think about manifestation and say we all want to really manifest cosmic disclosure, we really have to think about what's the aftermath of that, you know? And I always use the example of, if you want to win the lottery, that's great. That's fine if you have that as a goal. But then what? How does that improve your life? So it's great that we can talk all day about cosmic disclosure globally, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, but where does that really lead us? And I believe that we, as a global collective humanity, have to be at a certain resonance, a certain frequency of unconditional love for ourselves and for each other before that happens. So I'm not super excited about cosmic disclosure. I'm super excited about where the planet is and where humanity is as a whole before we get there. Because that's just an indication of, hey, you made it, here's your gift. You know, this is the truth, right? Which is incredible. And I think that in a lot of ways, cosmic disclosure will help to shift around some of the old limiting beliefs that we've had on this planet, such as religion, which I personally find quite limiting. And cosmic disclosure can help us understand that maybe we weren't necessarily seeing a god. Maybe we were actually taking a look at higher intelligent beings. And maybe that means that if God isn't a man in the sky dictating and judging our lives, maybe it's us who are dictating and judging and flowing with our lives, you know? So yeah, so the biggest thing that I want everyone to think about is, where are we going after cosmic disclosure? You know, what does humanity look like after that? And how does that input, that understanding, that information, that disclosure, how does that help us collectively? And that's just something that everyone can think of. Yeah.
Thank you so much for giving us all of that, for joining us today on day 5. I'm so grateful to you for the work that you're doing. How do people find you?
Yeah, for sure. So it's just Elizabeth April on Google. So you'll find my website, my YouTube, my Instagram, Elizabeth April, across everything. And yeah, I mean, the main thing right now is YouTube, and I put out a ton of content, ton of free content. And I also have a membership platform that people can dive even deeper with me every week as well. So lots of stuff to binge watch if you do resonate with the information that I have.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all of your viewers who came on this live stream as well. We thank you. We're so appreciative. And I'm really excited that I get to see you soon. And we'll be back with Nassim Harriman following you on day 5 of the Harmonic Convergence 2020. Thanks again, Elizabeth April.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Welcome to the Harmonic Convergence 2020. I invite you to take in these magnificent visuals of Mother Earth, our home planet. When you're ready, close your eyes and bring your attention inwards. Allowing these sound waves to take you on an inward journey. Connect with your breath like an anchor, and take a few deep cleansing breaths, feeling the rise and fall of your chest and abdomen. Deep breath in and long breath out. As you inhale, drawing in fresh life force, prana, oxygen into your system, and as you exhale, letting go, releasing anything that is no longer in alignment with who you are. Allow the space of your awareness to expand, as if you are swimming freely in an ocean of sound. Set yourself free, as if you are shedding your skin. Leaving any old parts behind, as you are swimming through this ocean of sound. And as you look around, there are many other fellow beings with you right here, right now. Like a school of dolphins. Swimming, playing, interacting with each other. Notice how that feels to be completely yourself in community. And bring this sensation with you. Deepen your breath. And when you're ready, come back.
Welcome to the Harmonic Convergence 2020, Day 5, Technology in Balance. I am Iran Zahavi and have a very special guest with us right now. He is a world-renowned leader in unified physics. He is the CEO of Taurus Tech. Our guest today, Nassim Haramein. Thank you so much for joining us, Nassim.
Hi, it's great to be with you guys. Happy Harmonic Convergence.
Yeah, we're right in the heart of it, right in the middle.
Awesome.
I'm curious, do you remember the first one in 1987? Was that on your radar?
Absolutely. Well, I became aware of it after the fact, though. I became aware of it at the end of that year. And it coincided with a very important moment of, I don't know, transformation in my life that really was a very critical starting point where I wrote some of my first equations, geometric equations describing the structure of space-time that year. And later on, I met with Jose and we became friends. And I discussed that with him. And it was great. It was great conversions between his work and all the amazing work he had done on time and understanding the mechanics of the universe and the natural cycles better, and some of the work I was doing in the geometry of space-time.
That's amazing. And for those that may not know, the Jose you're talking about is Jose Arguelles, who was the creator of the original harmonic convergence and ushered in the foundation of the law of time. Is it possible that you could take us back to potentially being a fly on the wall 33 years ago or so when you had those conversations with him and you guys were both butting into these amazing breakthroughs with our understandings? What was coming out through those conversations?
It was remarkable. It was always an epic meeting when I met with Jose, because we would set a time to meet, and then we would, at the time the internet was not very common, or non-existent, and cell phones were non-existent and all this. So we met in person, it wasn't a Zoom. So
I have to just apologize for a moment, having a little bit of audio issue here that I'm not able to hear what you're saying, Nassim. So forgive my not responding to what you're saying. We're going to get the audio taken care of in just a moment. While we do that, continue to share as you were, and we'll get plugged in again so that I can hear what everybody else is hearing.
Yeah, hopefully it's getting out there what I'm saying. But basically, we would meet and then we would go on for hours and hours talking about physics and all kinds of things. Oh, I can hear myself. So hopefully you can hear me. Okay, so basically we would go on for hours and hours talking about everything from physics to biology to the law of time, calendars, the way we think of time, but the way we think of space as well. We had very similar ideas, and there was this whole mystic part of the information that was emerging from ancient civilization and ancient tradition, mostly in this case from the Americas region, and Central America, South America, and North America, but it was, we discussed many different cultures as well. We discussed Egypt and the Sumerian and different cultures' way of logging time and thinking of time and the cycles, the natural cycles of time. And really, we discuss at the basis of what time was, and he and I really agreed that time was much more than the concept of a linear progressions of event, that gives us a time arrow, but that it was more a set of information embedded on the structure of space, that was entangled with the structure of space in such a way that you had synchronicity of relationship in time, and that led me as well later on to define space and time as a space memory network instead of time, which is undefined. Time without memory doesn't exist. That is, if you don't have some structure that remembers, then you have no way of defining an evolution. Every moment is completely independent from all other moments, and so in order for it to be in a context of a memory, so time is memory, right, is more accurate, and so space-time is in some ways inaccurate, as space memory is more accurate, that there is a information network that is inherent to the structure of space. It's like as we're moving through space, we're leaving information in the structure of space that we call our memory or our evolution, whether independently as an independent human or globally, or universally even.
So with that, if memory is the, let's say, substitute for time, is it fair to say that it requires somebody to do the remembering for memory to exist?
No, that's the problem, is that, the idea that that memory comes from somebody is erroneous, even in the case of a human being. This is why we can't find memory inside the brain, or we can mess with memory inside the brain, but we don't know where it's stored, and that's because it's not stored in the brain, or it's not even stored in the genes. It's because it's entangled with information on the structure of space. That is, your brain, your body, your genes, everything is tuned in like a radio set into an information frequency, an information flow to a certain radio station, which is your gene set, your genealogy, right? Which makes you a little bit different than another human being beside you, right? Both human beings, right? But a little different because you are tuned into a little bit different set of information. And the reason you're tuned into a different set of information is because you're not like a radio set that's just a receiver. You're a transceiver as well. You're sending information into the field, which is leaving information in the path of you moving through the field, and that set of information then feeds back into you and builds you according to that information, right? And that goes on from, it's passed on, right? The link of information is passed on through the genealogy, and that's why the gene set represents what, like a certain set of information from your grandfather and your grandfather and your grandmother and your grandmother and so on, right? So so that it's non-local.
So with that, so it's not stored within the genes, but we're getting essentially is the same antennas tuned to the same parts of the memory that are sending in the same information. Is that correct?
Correct. And this is why certain discoveries were made that the genes are not completely solid, that there's genetic coding that is actually malleable, that's changing along the way. Is that actually there is changes that are occurring in the information set, so that the past is actually not like unalterable. It's constantly being altered by the way changes, interpretation of that information is being made. That is, as you manage the information that you call your memory, you might change your relationship to that information. For instance, if there was a trauma or if there was something that happened in your life and you learn to deal with that information in a different way, right? Then you're actually changing the information on the structure of space in the coordinates in which it was laid, right? And as you change it, it changes the information forward to your present time, and that will change literally the way your physiology is interpreting your existence. So there will be physiological changes, right? So you might actually heal an illness in your body, or you might you will change, even if it's slight, even just in your understanding, your consciousness, the way you see things, and that will change your future, right? Because now you're going to take different decisions, you're going to do and so the past, the future, and the present are fundamentally entangled. And this is not what I'm saying might sound very out there and very edge, but actually that's not inconsistent with Einstein field equations. Like even classical equations of physics predicts that time travel is possible, that that time is malleable, and so on. Cool.
So if it is consistent, then why is there a distortion of some of your peers and other people that may not be so happy about these breakthroughs? I've heard you share about tomatoes being thrown. Why is there not more of a celebration of this type of understanding? Because it feels like it's something that could benefit all of us.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's one of the reasons is that I disturb the current formalism. The formalism I'm using is very different from the formalism that's present, that has been present for 100 years, in some case longer, and it's difficult to accept. That's changing. And certainly with the paper I'm preparing right now, it's going to change fundamentally, because my formalism is finally joining better with theirs in this latest iteration. And as well, some of the discoveries I've made are going to be very, very difficult to ignore. But it takes time. It takes time. It's like changing the direction of a very large, vessel, like a cargo boat, on the ocean. You turn the wheel, but it takes a little while for the whole thing to go in a different direction. And it as well. Some of the discussions I've had, for instance, with the law of time, in those great discussions I was having with Jose 30 years ago, require very complex formalism to be able to be understood, and some of that formalism has not been written, meaning some of the physics that I've written has given hints. For instance, I wrote a paper about space memory networks and the role of consciousness in altering the structure of time and space, but I've not completed all of the formalism in order to be able to have a complete picture. I'm finishing that right now. So until it's complete, it can be very much debated.
And you mentioned the formulas working with the law of time and some of these very complex equations. The one formula, the one equation that maybe Jose could be most known for is that time equals art. And I would love to get your take on that. What does that mean to you?
Yes, I remember discussing that with him at length for hours. Well, I think what Jose was really pointing to there is that time is information, right? Time is not some esoteric thing. Time is not, because I mean, time in physics is fairly esoteric, meaning that, yeah, we have an arrow of time, a vector of time in space, like space-time, but we don't know what that is, meaning like, it's like whose clock are we using, right? Which tick are we using? What's ticking, right? Which part of the universe is ticking the arrow of time, right? And eventually you can get to the Planck time, but let's not get too technical. But basically, what Jose was pointing to is that time must be information, meaning that it is a natural beauty, right? That's why he called it art, meaning it's a natural, the way the information interacts is a natural set of information that interacts, that produce beauty, that produce art, that produce consciousness, produce, that it's not a mechanical ticking, although the mechanics of the universe are most likely behind it. The result is beauty, right?
It's beautiful. And so that there's something in that feels really resonant, that any person will be able to integrate within their lives. And the work that you're doing is profound and something that the planet would actually be able to do, but the synthesis and the distillation is something that will be able to be understood by a lot of people and then applied. So for people that are listening, and we have people all over the world of all different understandings, all different cultures, coming from a unified place, knowing what you know, how can they take this knowing and embody it or apply it to their daily lives, that it could be a benefit for them and the world around them?
Well, in many ways, so I'm gonna go like more global ways and then more singular way. So on the more global view, I think it's important for people to know, and specifically, I mean, I just resolved a very important part of physics in this last paper I've not published yet, but it's coming out soon. I'm very, very, very excited about it. We have precisions within 12-digit accuracy, significant numbers and so on, and all the constants and the scales and all this. And so on a global way, this information can bring a lot of hope. People need to know there's a lot of hope because we're finally getting to that place where we are starting to understand the fundamental mechanics of creation to the point that we will be able to align our civilization. And I know this section is on technology. We will be able to align our civilization to technological developments that are in step or in resonance with the natural world, so that we stop destroying and we become harmonically resonant with our environment so that we can thrive, instead of compete for resources. So there's very beautiful outcome to this, globally, for our whole world, and for every individual. So that's something that can really lift the dark cloud that you can start, having over your head if you're watching the 5 o'clock news every night. Now, um, individually, what the theory says is very profound, because first of all, the theory says that every particles in the universe are entangled, and not only the particles, the cosmological objects like black holes as well, and so on. They're all part of a big network, and that network is a network of information. And these particles are the particles that makes you, right? Protons, electrons, neutrons, pions, muons, all these things, right? And I've solved now the math for all these things, and it shows that it all is connected, and it all comes from the same dynamics, which is these fundamental forces, these four fundamental forces. When you understand their relationship, all this emerge from it. It's like a lotus opening. It's beautiful mathematically. I'm talking, but that, so that we're part of this, that we're part of this larger, interacting field, that, like, what we call our consciousness, what we call, our body, which is made out of 100 trillion atoms, made out of 100 trillion 100 trillion cells, each one made out of 100 trillion atoms. It's a very complex thing, very high energy thing. Like that, this body we have is like, has this amazing coherent relationship with this field of information, the memory structure of the universe, if you'd like. And that memory structure connects us all, right? And so now we can start to have a real sense of oneness, because somebody, it's the concept of oneness has been there for a very long time. Very many masters, gurus, and all this stuff have talked about it. It's not new. But when you're told, we're all one, yeah, it's a nice concept, but how? Like, what do you mean? I don't feel like I'm one with this glass right now. Like, how am I one with this thing, right? How am I one with the chair I'm sitting on? I'm sitting on it. I'm not one with it, and it's, but from these mathematics and from this understanding, you start to see the reality of it. It's no longer just a dogma. It's no longer a nice, philosophical concept. It's actually the way things work. And if the mathematics of such a thing outputted something that's completely weird, that's completely, you could say, well, maybe, we don't understand the universe, but actually it outputs exactly the right values for, like, the forces, for the particles, for their mass, their radius, for the size of the universe, and everything else. So, and the temperature of the universe, those things that we measure, that we don't exactly know, where they come from. All of a sudden, you start to understand all these things, and you start to understand that these things are part of you too, because you're working on the same mechanics. And so you don't just conceptualize the concept of oneness, you start to experience it, right? And that has deep impact. And then if you actually understand the equations even deeper, you realize that basically the equation is very simple at its insertion. It gets more complex mathematically, but at its insertion, the theory is that there's an exchange of information between a volume, any volume, right? Like the volume of a particle, let's say, the volume of an electron, or the volume of a proton, or whatever. and when I mean the volume of an electron for the technical people, I mean the Bohr radius, because anyway, and the surface and the exterior. So you have an exchange of information between what's outside and what's inside. And your life is like that, right? Inside of you, right? You have this, you have this running commentary, right? Inside of you, right? And it's interpreting what's outside of you, right? So you see things, you experience things, all this, and you're running an interpretation of what's going on, right?
Hearing you talk about it, what it sounds like what you're describing in describing a human being is the most amazing piece of technology anybody could ever dream of.
You could say that. Yeah, absolutely. It's remarkable. I mean, biology in general, but the human being, is remarkable. I mean, you're running almost 100-degree Fahrenheit, 24/7. There's 100 trillion cells going on. There's like billions of chemical change every second to make sure all these cells are doing the right thing, right? And if they got confused for a few seconds, it would be really bad because you're dividing at the million cells a second, and so you're constantly reconstructing yourself based on the memory imprint, which is remarkable. And so it's a very highly dynamic, very highly organized system that you wouldn't expect, from a random universe that has no meaning, right?
Right, absolutely. How could it be this elegant if it were random?
Exactly. It wouldn't happen, actually. Mathematically, it doesn't add up. Like 13.7 thousand, billion years, is not enough. Like it wouldn't even put one microbe together. If it was just, particles bumping into each other randomly and all of a sudden making a microbe, that doesn't happen in 13.7 billion years. Like you need trillions and trillions and trillions of years more. So forget a human being, even a Rubik's Cube ordering would require more time than the age of the universe by billions of years. So, and it's way more simple than a human being. So this idea, so the problem is when you start talking like that, people think, oh my God, he must be religious, and say he's going to come up with God is organizing all this stuff. Well, there's another option that was never considered, and that is that there's feedback. And this is what I've been talking about, this feedback between your interpretation of the field and the field. The field is listening to what you're saying, and because you're made out of the stuff that are making the field. I'm sorry, you're made out of the stuff that are made by the field. We call them particles. So these things are listening to you. You're connected to this field. You're entangled with this field. And so it feeds back information. And in the feedback structure in mathematics, you get highly coherent, highly structured system very, very quickly, right? It's called a fractal structure, which we see in nature everywhere, right? The way leaves divide, even the way your hands are made, many parts of your body, the way they're made, it's all fractal structures, like the way your veins divide and your arteries and your nerves and all this stuff. And so this is all, I'm going through this very quickly because unlike with Jose, I don't have hours and hours, but you can imagine that, realizing that you're part of this amazing network of the universe, you're an expression of the universe, really kind of opens you to your real potential, which is much deeper than, oh, you just randomly showed up here and you're just gonna work your ass off for the rest of your life. and then when you're done, hopefully, you'll get a little bit of good time at the end, and then you're done, right? So that gives you a little different opinion about the whole thing.
Well, the whole message to me sounds incredibly empowering, that we are essentially the operators of these phenomenal machines that have the ability to speak our choice into the field that will reflect what we choose because we are made up of the same things.
Yeah, but
And
the important part to remember there is that it's a collective field. So it's not just you talking into the field; it's a coordinated effort, right? It's it's a coherent, collective effect. So yes, you're talking into the field, but it's not like it's only your interpretation that's getting fed into this field. It's a coordinated reality that's generated from all the interpretations in the field.
so does the possibilities get exponentiated when multiple people share the same thoughts into the field?
Absolutely. Then this literally, even mathematically, computes to, well, then if you get more and more people thinking the same way and interpreting the field the same way and going in the same direction, you will create that reality. Like, you will produce a feedback into the field that will be very much along those lines. And so, yeah, and you can see that in the human evolution, right? You can see that, like, the general thoughts of the epoch, define very much our social structures, what we do, how we do it, the level of technology that we utilize, and so on, right? So it's really how many people can imagine a certain future together that makes that future be possible.
And that's a perfect time to share that message for the harmonic convergence, which is,
Yes.
I mean, it's exactly that. You're speaking to the heart and the essence of why we're all here together. So I would want to ask you with that to bring it back into that. And I know we're almost running out of our time, and I want to make sure that people know how to contact you and follow up with the work you're doing. But to what you were just saying, if you had the ability to, and you do actually in a sense right now, to get everyone who's listening, everybody all over the world potentially, to say that I want you to think this thought, I want you to put out this feeling into the universe, that you were the one that got to choose what the script said, that we all were putting out into the field, what would it say? What would we collectively ask for?
That's a good question. I want to clarify as well, just if I have a little bit more time, that yes, the body is an amazing technology, and we can manifest that amazing technology in harmony with nature outside ourselves and get really amazing technology outside ourselves, like gravity control and infinite amount of energy and all this, and those things are important as well. Like, it's always the outside and the inside, they're always in balance. You can't get rid of one, that doesn't. So again, the equation is very clear. It's a relationship between the two. But as well, I think first of all, I mean, that's why at the Resonance Science Foundation we put our course online for free. There's like a 6-module course that's fairly extensive on all this science, all this physics. We have 30,000 people taking it right now, so that people can start thinking about these things and going, in that direction, hopefully. But as well, I think the most important thing people could come to at this point is to realize that they are connected to the whole, but very fundamentally, very literally, through all the atoms and protons and electrons and subatomic particles they're made of. And it's not outside, like in some field of consciousness or whatever. It's actually inside. So the way to go and influence that field, the way to become the most powerful being able to influence that field is to actually go inside, right? And literally turn our senses from the outside. On the outside, we don't have that much influence. Our main influence is from the inside, which influence the outside. So to go on the inside of the event horizon, right? Like turn the senses inward and to like and to find that center in our being, that connects to the whole. Like it's like plugging into the universal net. We're already plugged in, but the bug rate might be low. Like like the bug, meaning this the impedance might be high. So we want to reduce the impedance, so that it becomes like the flow of information can move through us. And the way to do that is to plug in within.
Do you have any suggestions of how to actually plug in?
Any technique of contemplation, meditation, yoga, whatever, anything that where you just take a break from your attention being put outside yourself and you turn that into an attention going inward, right? Is very, very useful. Is very powerful. It has a deep impact. We can measure that impact, whether it's on an individual by measuring their brain waves and their physiology, or whether it's from random generators around the world that clearly show that there's an effect when there's global meditations and so on. We know it has an impact individually and globally. And so even if it's just 5 minutes in a day, right? Even if it's just 5 minutes a day, that you're actually shut out the outside and turn inside and know that center, and just for practical purposes, because as you go through your day, you might get caught in all the spin on everything that's outside. And if you've not gone to your center in a long time, you might not know where that is, and you might spin right out. But if you know where your center is, whatever happens throughout your day, you might get upset, you might freak out. That's okay, But if you know what that center is, you can easily go back to it, and that's a very comforting thought in what we're experiencing nowadays, especially.
It's comforting and it's empowering, and for somebody who has such a brilliant mind, it sounds like the center is probably going to be somewhere closer to the heart. And so how much does the heart influence everything we're talking about?
Well, if you think of yourself as an antenna, right, tapped into a field, you can imagine that that there's a pulse as well. You're not just receiving, you're transceiving. So you have a pulse that's transceiving, and you can think of how like for instance, so basically you can think of like the heart pumping, is producing electromagnetic fields because all the cells are lighting up at the same time, right? And it's in fact the largest electromagnetic field in the body. And then you can think of all the fluids that are going through the veins, right? They're pumping at a certain rate. And then you can think of all the fluids coming back into the heart, which through the arteries. And then you can think of the lungs pumping the oxygen into this whole thing, right? And then the spinal fluids going up and down, this interstitial fluids being pumped by, all the lymph nodes and all this stuff. That's like a big resonating device, right? And you can think of what changes the pump rates, what changes the resonance of that device. Like if you were to pick one thing, right, that would change the rate, what would it be? Well, there's a few different things. Of course, if you get hit by a car, it's going to change that rate very quickly. But in general, in your daily life, your state of emotion is going to be what we know for a fact, like, you know, if you're afraid, if you're in love, if you're, you know, all sorts of, like, as soon as you experience a change in emotion, you can see the heart rate change, you can see the heart coherency change, you can see changes in the way the fluids are moving, you can see, you know, hormonal changes, all these things happen, temperature changes. So, you know, you would want to be in a place where your emotional state is you know, tuned in to the radio station to the maximum, so that there's not so much noise, right? It's like your antenna is tuned in, but how well is it tuned in to the channel of the universal memory network, right? So it's like if you're a little bit beside, and I'm not saying constantly, I'm just saying, like, it's gonna vary. There's gonna be times where I have more noise, less noise, but like to be aware of it and to try to like home in like that place where the information is clear, and you know, the music on the radio station is beautiful and clear, and there's not so much noise in it.
So that's it. It's tuning our own antennas, going inward. That's going to be what's going, and that feels so empowering and hopeful, because there's no one to tell us not to do that. Anyone at any point, anywhere, has the ability to do that with their own machinery and technology, and as you're proving with your mathematics and physics, through the actual interconnectedness of all things.
Exactly. And, you know, there's other things as well to tune our antenna. Of course, eating the right things, you know, having enough sleep, you know, all these things. So like what you put in your body, you know, how you use your body, like exercising, all these things, that changes the heart rate as well. So, you know, this bunch, it's about, you know, self-care, but at the deeper level than just making sure that you're fed and all this. But as well, it's this realization that we're participating in something deeper than just the day-to-day life interaction we have, and that we're participating in a collective, and that this collective is unified. And really, that's the first step in the evolution of a more advanced civilization, is to realize that the racial differences, the cultural differences, all this are really superficial, right? Literally, you know, if you have more pigmentation on your skin or not, really doesn't matter, right? You know, and that, like, you are part of a not just a global adventure. We're all flying on the same planet and we're linked to the same fate, but that, you know, we're participating in a universal adventure, evolution, and when you sit at the universal level, for instance, if you think of the planet at the galactic level, if you look back, if you were a galaxy and you look back at a planet, you wouldn't think of each race as separate. It would be easy for you to think of all the humans as one, you know, human race. So to come from that perspective, I call it go to think vertically. And I remember discussing this with Jose some 30 years ago, because Jose was very much about thinking galactic, you know.
And that's a perfect tie into what we're doing here, the harmonic convergence, the convergence of science, of spirituality, the convergence of the external to the internal, the convergence of the mind and the heart, and people all over. And just so grateful and thankful to you for coming to share your wisdom and your message at this very crucial, important time in history. And what you have to say is incredibly important. And it's nice now, from what you're sharing, it seems like you're feeding the mind so it doesn't have to argue with what the heart always knew. So we can have that coherence unified together. So
Exactly.
Nassim Harriman, again, we're so grateful. Thank you for the time. And people can find the course that you mentioned at the Resonant Science Foundation. And it's a free course, so we invite people to check that out and continue to dive into everything that you've been sharing. So thank you again so much, and for everybody watching, stay tuned for more to come with the Harmonic Convergence 2020, Day 5.
If you awaken from this illusion, and you understand that black implies white, self implies other, life implies death, or shall I say, death implies life, you can feel yourself not as a stranger in the world, not as something here on probation, not as something that has arrived here by fluke, but you can begin to feel your own existence as absolutely fundamental. What you are basically, deep, deep down, far, far in, is simply the fabric and structure of existence itself. So, say in Hindu mythology, they say that the world is the drama of God. God is not something in Hindu mythology with a white beard that sits on a throne and that has royal prerogatives. God in Indian mythology is the self, Satchidananda, which means Sat, that which is, Chit, that which is consciousness, that which is Ananda is bliss. And in other words, what exists, reality itself, is gorgeous. It is the plenum, the fullness of total joy. Wow-wee. And all those stars, if you look out in the sky, is a firework display like you see on the 4th of July, which is a great occasion for celebration. The universe is a celebration. It is a fireworks show to celebrate that existence is. Wow-wee. And then they say, but however, there's no point just in sustaining bliss. Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. And that you could, for example, have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time. Or any length of time you wanted to have. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, you would fulfill all your wishes. You would have every kind of pleasure you could conceive. And after several nights of 75 years of total pleasure each, you would say, well, that was pretty great. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. Well, something is going to happen to me that I don't know what it's going to be. And you would dig that and come out of that and say, wow, that was a close shave, wasn't it? And then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now. You would dream the dream of living the life that you are actually living today. That would be within the infinite multiplicity of choices you would have, of playing that you weren't God. Because the whole nature of the Godhead, according to this idea, is to play that he's not. The first thing he says to himself is, man, get lost. Because he gives himself away. The nature of love is self-abandonment, not clinging to oneself, throwing yourself out, as in, for example, in basketball, you're always getting rid of the ball. You say to the other fellow, have a ball, see? And that keeps things moving. That's the nature of life. So in this idea then, everybody is fundamentally the ultimate reality, not God in a politically kingly sense, but God in the sense of being the self, the deep down basic whatever there is. And you're all that, only you're pretending you're not.
Alabao al gran creador y formador del universo, siempre se dan las gracias. Gracias, oh corazón del cielo. Gracias, oh corazón de la tierra. Gracias, oh corazón del agua. Gracias, oh corazón del fuego. Oh cuatro vientos que respiramos el corazón de nuestra vida. Te damos siempre las gracias. Te pedimos el permiso para que nos abras el camino en las cuatro direcciones. Gracias, abuelos y abuelas Balanguichea. Oh Palomá, dador de vida. Gracias, abuelos y abuelas Balamagacho Mijá. Gracias por cuidarnos, por protegernos en la caída del Padre Sol. Gracias, abuelo Oik Balam, abuelo Kakishaja, manantial, nacimiento de las aguas, donde nacen, surgen el agua que corre en nuestras venas, nuestra medicina, el sanador de nuestra vida. Gracias, abuelo Mahukuta Sununya, postrados en el ocaso del viento, donde recibimos el alimento sagrado de toda la producción que nos da la Madre Tierra. Gracias por darnos todo lo necesario, el alimento sagrado, el alimento espiritual, nuestro vestuario, el producto de nuestro trabajo. Gracias te damos. Te pedimos por nuestros hermanos menos válidos, que no tienes un pie, un brazo, un ojo, que no haga falta, la abundancia que haya siempre en todos los hogares.
Thank you for joining us tonight for this very special historic occasion. You are participating in an experiment in consciousness that involves members of the human family from all places around the world. We are collectively participating in something that I am calling Close Encounters of the Sixth Kind, a CE6. This is simply global initiated contact. It's very simple. We need you and many other people around the world to participate at the same time in a meditation in which we fill our heart chakra with energy, with love energy, and we do this through a special breathing technique where we inhale through our nose and we exhale through our mouth. And as we exhale, we sing the note Hu. So we're going to sing this note around the world together at this time to create a cohesive sound and energy that unites us as a family, that will ultimately result in contact, we hope. So get comfortable. We're going to begin by taking a few breaths. Let's exhale and inhale through the nose. Hold your breath for a moment and feel that pressure in your lungs. Hold it, feel that pressure, and release it. Again, through the nose. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Hold it. And now slowly release it through your mouth. Okay. Now we're going to do this. And when we exhale, we're going to make the song that many believe is the note or the sound of creation. And as we inhale, let's imagine that we're filling our heart full of love. And as we exhale, we're releasing that love to the world and to the universe, to our brothers and sisters in the sky and the stars, our star family that are eagerly waiting for us to do this to a point that reaches a crescendo, a tipping point, in which they will show themselves to us. So we're going to do this for 22 minutes, and at the end of 22 minutes, we'll finish here, and all that you need to do is know that we're together in silent contemplation, looking to the stars for signs of our star families to show themselves. So let's begin. Ready? Exhale. Inhale through the nose. Okay. Now we're going to go into 5 minutes of contemplation, or 6 minutes. And I want you to hold in your mind the number 1133. Imagine you're looking at a digital clock. Close your eyes as we go into silent contemplation and imagine that you're looking at a digital clock reading 1133. And project that out into the universe, 1133. And we're going to ask if maybe they would show themselves at this time. So in silent contemplation, let's imagine the digital clock. We're projecting that image, a time, 1133, into the cosmos. And when we're done with silent contemplation, I'll bring you out of it right before 1133. And let's then look up and just look for a sign for one of our family, our star members, our star family, to show themselves or to otherwise give us a sign that they're there. And maybe this will work, maybe it won't, but let's do that now. Okay, everyone. Let's go ahead and get comfortable. We can lay down to look up in the sky.